Parker, so
it's not the government that's selling it.
Show me the prices dropping then. Where have the prices dropped with the increased supply?
Well, they decrease for the time in which the supply is out within the context of the market.
No.
Right?
I don't care about the thing time.
No, it does at the time, right? That was meant to do it for a bit. But the thing is, we've seen increases come back, right? Because it is the case that global concerns are impacted by things like OPEC.
Parker, the moment Biden went into office, gas shot up to $3 a gallon.
Again, it was not the moment Biden came into office.
No,
right?
It was the moment Biden came into office. Yes, this is. We have numbers.
No. So like,
do your research.
I have done my research, right? It was the case that
why hasn't, if we've increased the supply, why has the price not dropped steadily, like you're saying? Because in a supply demand chain, it should have dropped and should stay dropping if we're using the supply, correct? If we have more supply, right?
So supply is limited when it relates to this. We use the supply.
No, they're stealing over there.
The supply. Hold up. We use the supply, and the supply is gone. Okay, and then it is the case that the then supply today, the next day, the day after that, isn't going to be impacted by the supply we already put into the market, right? As it is the case that that's already been used up. So it can be the case that the demand has already bought up this new supply that existed, right? That's the idea. Okay.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but what you don't understand is we can take these simple numbers and we can compare them and say we had this amount of reserves and we did have this amount of supply. That's why these prices were dropping under Trump. But when we look at Biden, these numbers that we're using the supply, it should be coherent to say that the numbers should stay dropping. But when you bring up gas prices, that's something that's just one thing that's hurting the American people and the middle class. They're making the poor poorer. They're making the middle class poor. They're making the rich richer. So when we look at gas prices.
Wait, platform. You want to know what makes the rich richer? And right, you want to know what's funny? What about Trump's tax policy where 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%? We're talking billions of fucking dollars every single year, right? That's going to the top fucking 1%, making the rich richer at the expense of people who are at the lower income thresholds.
Parker, as they should, because taxes are a scam. Taxes are a scam.
They're only a scam for rich people. Okay, so you're just ridiculous. I'm not a socialist.
No, you absolutely are a liberal.
No, I'm not.
You're a liberal, socialist, whatever you want.
Liberal socialist, that's literally contradictory, okay?
Whatever you want to say.
Liberalism is relating to a method in which is capitalistic, okay? Socialism is an anti-capitalist aspect of an economy because socialism is democratic ownership of the means of production. Within the context of a capitalist system, right, there can be democratic ownership and then there can also be private ownership, right? So there's different types of ownership.
There's no chance for private ownership. Under these ideas. Only
what are you talking about? Yes, there is.
Can have only large corporations that are making billions and billions of dollars a year can have these things. Small businesses are going to be shot and gone.
No, actually, I think there should be broader regulations on larger corporations.
Great, you can think what you want, but let's talk about what's happening.
Okay, and
small businesses are being destroyed and continuously being destroyed by these things, by inflation, by all of these gas prices, by all of these things that are through the roof now because of Biden. And yes, because of Biden. You keep
making claims because of Biden. You have absolutely no evidence to substantiate that. Like literally fucking nothing, everyone. This is literally a trust me, bro. This is please. This is literally on track with the rest of your ideological claims. It's just a trust me, bro. It simply just is.
I don't have any trust, bro.
Trust me, please. And it's also like Trump won the election. Please trust me, bro. Please, Trump won the election. Please, he did.
Parker, you get real flustered when you debate me because you don't know what to say because you don't have people up here that actually know how to debate you.
What are you talking about?
So when I talk
flustered, I'm just showing the absurdities in your claim.
No, you're absurd to think that these gas prices are normal. Are if we have a higher supply, then the gas prices should be lower, right? This is your absurd claim. That's not happening, Parker. And my other thing is that I say pro-life.
It did happen.
I
explained it to you, platform, but you literally cannot abstractly think. So you didn't even acknowledge it. Okay. So again, it is the case. I told you literally why it was because it increases the supply for that time. Then the supply the next day, the next day, and the next day after that, is not going to be impacting the market because those different types of supply have already been bought up. So it impacts the supply and attempt. Hold on.
Continue to frack. Parker, if we continue to frack, we would not have.
We are doing that at the same levels. Do you want me to show you oil production?
Show me that we're fracking at the same. Show me that we're fracking at the same rate.
I'm going to show you the oil production.
No, I want fracking. I want to know how much fracking we're doing.
Oh, I'm going to show you oil production first because that's what's relevant.
Sure. No. Fracking is how you get the oil. So I want to know how much fracking we are doing now compared to Trump.
I will show you, but I'm going to show you the crude oil production first.
Yeah, and I'm going to say this real quick just to put this in. The reason why I'm so pro-Trump is because he overturned Roe v. Wade. That's the biggest thing.
Do you see it's at the same levels?
Okay, now give me the numbers of how long we've been, or what we're oil fracking. Like, what's the percentage of oil fracking compared to Trump?
So, like, if we're at this, by the way, if we're at the same level of production, then there's not a distinction there. First of all,
no,
second of all, when it relates to, no, there isn't a distinction. Second of all, when it relates to,
how are we at the same level of production? What? Because we're using reserves? Where are we producing this oil from? Where are we getting this oil from?
Well, they frack and they go on federal lands and they produce, because it is the case that when demand goes up. I mean, not demand. When the prices go up, that actually incentivizes like suppliers to produce, right? It's like, if you were going to get paid more for your job, would you do more work? Well, yeah. Like,
so
proportionally speaking, each individual on average would do more work, given that they get paid more.
So Parker, instead, you're going to take the money out of the American people and put it into large corporations. Sounds like a scam to me. Once again, you're pharmaceutical.
When did I argue to put it into large corporations?
That's exactly what you just said. It's giving more money to these oil companies, correct? By doing
it means more oil companies are like incentivized to produce more.
Right, incentivized. What does that mean, Parker? Use your brain. You know what that means. That means they're making more money.
Yeah, they can make more money.
So they're taking money out of the American people and they're giving it to the oil companies.
By the way, no. They're providing a service to people, right? So in the same sort of way that we would say any other context of any other market.
It's a monopoly. It's a monopoly.
Well, then you're just against all market economics. Okay.
No, I'm not against
it. That's what it sounds like. No, Platform. You have such a socialist take. Trump, no. Platform. For being against socialism, you're having a very socialist take right now.
No, because when Trump came into office,
you're running a very socialist take.
No, because when he took the power out of these oil companies' hands, what it did was drop the prices for the American people, and it caused these oil companies to scavenge for whatever they needed to survive. And that's fine with me, because guess what? We don't want corporations running our American people. We want the American people running the corporations. We are the American.
Platform sounds like a socialist right now. Holy shit. No. You actually sound like a socialist, dude.
The American people is the government.
The American workers should democratically own these companies? That's
the
literally
American
socialism.
People are
That's actually socialist.
The American people are the government, Parker.
Wait, no. Do you think that American workers should own the companies that they work at?
That's not what I said.
No, you don't think that?
No, absolutely not.
So then what are you saying?
American people should have more money in their pockets to pay these companies if they choose to pay them. But I don't think they should.
How can they get more money in their pockets? Please let me know.
Yes, I will tell you, because the less they pay for gas, the more money they have in their pockets. So the more they're paying for gas, the more that's in these corporations' pockets and less in the American people's pockets.
So how do you reduce the price of gas?
Let me finish. So the American people can no longer choose whether they want to put this money into these corporations. They have no choice because they have to pay for this gas.
How do you reduce the price of gas?
Continue fracking.
Okay, so you understand that just fracking doesn't just like reduce the price itself, right? You have to have processes to a greater extent than just fracking to be able to decrease the price to a particular extent.
It's called fracking, and then continue our reserves and continue putting our reserves to the side for the American people.
Reserves run out.
No, that's why we continue fracking, and the reserves were not running out under Trump. They were growing under Trump. Do you not understand?
Yeah, because we weren't using them because there weren't as many global economic concerns. You're not understanding that OPEC literally wasn't limiting the supply as much as they are now, and Russia wasn't limiting the supply as much as they are now. You understand that the same thing would have happened even if Trump was president now.
Parker, the biggest problem with you Democrats and who you vote for is when you bring up that Green New Deal and these things that we pay hella taxes for, it's a scam.
I haven't even brought up the Green New Deal.
No, I'm just going to tell you this is what the Democrats live by, is the Green New Deal to better our economy.
Those would be progressive Democrats. And I actually think that nuclear power and nuclear energy should be a greater part. So Kamala Harris doesn't want the Green New Deal? I'm
not
saying that Kamala Harris, I don't know whether or not Kamala Harris does. What I'm arguing for is that we need to have nuclear energy be a significantly greater part of the process in terms of transitioning to different types of renewable energies. And the Green New Deal literally has none of it. It actually has none. And I think it's so relevant to the process of us being able to do, I think it's so relevant to the process of us being able to do that, to keep it out of that should require a rewriting of different types of policies. Nuclear power, everyone, it's already used in France. They run most of their energy on nuclear power. And it's not like what you associate with Chernobyl. It's significantly more safe now, right?
But it's not
eco-friendly. In terms of the different types of regulations around it. It is absolutely more eco-friendly.
Okay, so you're okay with nuclear power, right?
Yes. I think it's better than the other alternatives for right now in terms of a transitionary state to different types of renewables.
So do you think that we have a real problem with the carbon dioxide, whatever you want to say it, global warming?
Yes.
So you don't think
climate change is caused by humans?
But climate change is a seasonal thing, Parker. We've studied that, and under ice layers, there's been hotter times than there were today.
Wait. So yeah. But the point is that it's not sustainable for humans that currently exist on the planet. And it's and hold up. And secondly, it's drastically different. Hold up. I want you to listen. And I'm talking in many different places around the world. And also, when it relates to this, not this type of change in this short period of time. This is unprecedented in the past millennia. You understand? The past million years this has not happened. I'll show you. Literally look up NASA.com right now.
About your biased studies.
NASA.gov. No, look at NASA.gov right now.
Global warming is a fake thing. Climate change is real. Climate change is just a normal, natural process within the Earth. But global warming is a fraudulent scam. Just like Vivek said, to take money out of the American people's
Of course you agree with Vivek. You're absolutely bullshit. No, and that's not what he said, actually. What he said, no. He didn't say that climate change itself.
I didn't say climate change. I said global warming.
Hold up. No, you're not listening. He didn't say that actually is the fraud thing. He said the response to it is the fraud.
Exactly. I agree.
So actually, what you actually misunderstood his claim once.
No, I understood that.
No, you misunderstood his claim.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Climate change is a real thing, but the fraudulent behind the global warming, where we're paying this money for an eco-friendly world and trying to reduce carbon emissions, when you have Jeff Bezos flying on a plane that's putting more carbon emissions than any human could put on.
Oh wait, and you know what fucking legislation is against that? The Green New Deal, the thing you just argued against. That's against
no, it's
that.
Not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it literally is. Look at the Green New Deal. I'm not joking. Look at it's against aviation. It literally is. That's one of the fucking huge critiques that many people applied with, because aviation
Parker, it's never going to happen.
Let me finish. Aviation is such a huge contributor to carbon emissions. It contributes so much more. That's why high-speed rail and using electricity when it relates to rail is significantly more effective in terms of reducing the overall emissions, rather than relating to things like even electric cars or other stuff like that, because it proportionally speaking, aviation is such a great extent of it.
I agree with you, Parker, but what you don't understand is they're trying to tax things that aren't real. They're never going to do this. They're never going to stop
taxes on things that are not real.
They're never going to stop aviation. We know these things. They put a front in front of your face and wave it and say, this is what we're going to do for you. And then we do nothing.
Okay, because there hasn't been a push, because people like you stop that legislation from happening. You understand that when you vote people in like Trump, it holds back progressive legislation like this that is going to make our country better off for literally fucking decades. The three Supreme Court justices that Trump got on to the Supreme Court, you understand that's holding back progressive legislation for decades. Thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate you. You understand the 150 plus judges, federal judges that Trump put into state and local officials. You understand that particularly is going to hold back progressive legislation for decades. That's exactly why Biden is going to be way better than when it relates to. Well, no, as it should not. That's exactly it should not. That's exactly why Biden is significantly better when it relates to Trump, because specifically the federal judges, because federal judges have such an impact on the types of policies that you can get through the system, especially long term, because these people are literally in these positions for life.
As it should.
No, it should not be that way. There should be term limits when it relates to judges. It's already been politicized. You understand the whole process of the Supreme Court has been politicized. So to say that there shouldn't be votes or democratic processes around that is to degrade the democratic process in general. You understand that, right?
And I want you to know, Parker, why do you have behind you the picture of Trump? You guys Democrats were so obsessed. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So you guys were so obsessed with Trump's going to jail. You were on this thing for a whole month. Why haven't you guys been talking about it? Why has it all been off your minds now? Because Trump's not in jail? Because you knew
I'm literally talking about it.
Yeah, but why
I literally have this thing right here. I'm talking about Trump right now.
Why isn't he in jail, Parker? Why has he never been to jail?
He did go to the jail, but he's not out there anymore, because they literally are still running through the processes of indictments and.
Wait, but you guys are saying that Trump's going to be in jail. You said
I never made a claim that Trump is going to be in jail. They have to go through the court. But I've actually made the claim that I don't think that he's going to end up being held accountable for these types of crimes. I don't think he's going to. Right. Although, I would argue that generally speaking, there's probably pretty good reason to believe.
Tell me why he was indicted, because I can tell you.
I think he should be in jail for the election fraud claims. I genuinely believe that, because that's actually so degrading to our democratic processes, and it literally brainrots people. Tens of millions. Let me finish.
You have the right as an American
president. Let me finish. Right, and fucking tens of millions of Americans legitimately believe that the election was stolen because of this man. Right, and that is unbelievable. That is absolutely unbelievable. Do you understand how that impacts things like January 6th and other circumstances like that?
Ranting. We have the freedom.
Don't cry about it, platform.
We have the freedom in America. Any president, any person within America has the right to say that they feel that something was fraudulent. That's okay. We have the freedom of speech here in America. So you sitting on that.
Okay, so I'm going to say if Trump wins, it's fraudulent. Is that justified for me to do, platform, with no evidence, claim that Trump lost? And
what about when the election was overturned? What about the election fraud that happened? Do you even know the one election fraud that happened a long time ago that was overturned and the president claimed that it was election fraud and it was proven correct?
Yeah. So what particular claim?
Long time. What, I think like 19 maybe 80s. Let me look. Hold on. Let me get the numbers. Yeah, there was an election fraud apparently, right? But should he not have spoken out about the election fraud that he thought was going on? Hold on. Yeah,
so there's election fraud in every single election, right? This is just proportionally speaking. Let me finish, platform. Proportionally speaking was less in this election comparative to others.
Yeah, wait till this election, because I can promise you us conservatives got a lot smarter.
Hey, platform, you want to know something funny? Right? Since you don't require evidence to indicate that there's election fraud, Trump stole the election in 2016. If Trump wins in 2024, he stole that election too. Right. And I'm going to say that with absolutely no evidence. Is that fucking, wait, platform, do you want to live in a society in which people can just say, oh, they stole the election with absolutely no fucking evidence? Absolutely zero. Like none. Like literally zero.
Didn't Hillary Clinton
zero sufficient evidence
about Trump? Didn't Hillary Clinton
conceded the next day. She conceded the next day.
Oh, she conceded. So
the next day.
Wait, so Trump hasn't conceded?
Trump has not conceded. Trump still says it's fucking stolen.
He doesn't say it's stolen. He speaks on it differently now.
He says it's stolen.
He speaks on it differently.
He literally said it was stolen.
Hold on, let me get
He hasn't conceded. Also, you want to know something fucking crazy? Literally went through many different types of audits in different types of courts with people that were literally appointed by Trump. So it is the case that either Trump, if he thinks the election is stolen, appointed corrupt judges into federal offices, right? Sorry, I don't know why I said offices, right? And then, or he lost the fucking election. So which one is it? Did he lose the election or did he appoint corrupt judges?
I'm not saying there was election fraud. I'm not claiming there was election fraud.
Oh, there wasn't? So he lost the election.
He lost the election, sure, but I can tell you.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat, everyone. Yeah. L Trump. W's in the chat. Let's go.
Sure. That's fine. I'm not going to sit up here and say there was election fraud when I don't know for sure, but I can tell you we got a lot smarter. So good luck on this next election. Good luck.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see it, dude.
You know how many times in America
thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it.
Do you know how many times in America there's been election fraud?
Well, if you're talking every election, there's proportionally some.
Okay, so should these people not be able to speak on it and say that they believe there was election fraud? Because there was.
No, they believe that there's election fraud sufficient to overturn the election, which is exactly what's false.
Wait, but we've had this happen before. There's been an election. There was an election that happened. I need to find it.
Not like stolen. Can you give me one election in American history that's been like stolen like that?
Yes, absolutely. I will. There was one election specifically that was overturned. 3 days later, the president came back into office because it was a fraudulent election.
Yeah, in America.
In America.
So yeah, give me that.
Hold on.
Yo, Aline, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, because I don't think he's relating to Al Gore, chat, or because Al Gore wasn't president.
Who was Al Gore with?
That was Bush and Al Gore.
1 sec. Let me go ask. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. We're almost to 1,000 shares, everyone. So copy link and do send it to a few friends. Mar, low key, I do have some new questions. But I did want to show everyone because he's like denying climate change, which is actually unbelievable in terms of human cause, right? And we actually literally see unprecedented change, right, in the Earth's climate, right, over time. Okay, I'm talking the past millennia. We saw huge increases. Let me look at CO2 emissions, NASA, and I'm going to show everyone real quick. CO2 emissions, NASA.
Yeah, maybe I'll concede to that point. I asked my father; he said no.
Well, okay. Wait, which point are you conceding to?
Yeah, to the point there was election fraud before this.
Okay.
As far as like to the extent that Trump took it. But what I will say to you is we did get a lot smarter. So if you think that you're going to win this election, you're completely wrong.
Okay, so why do you think that you're going to win, even though you're literally supporting a candidate that literally fucking degrades our democratic processes?
Yeah, I don't care. I really just
you don't give a shit? Okay, so if we did the same thing, that wouldn't matter.
No, because you guys do it every election that a president.
No, we literally don't. No, we don't. That's a lie.
Once again, Hillary Clinton did it. Maybe
Complete
she conceded,
lie.
but she still
next
did
day.
it.
Next day conceded. It's been fucking 3 years and he has not conceded.
She still said it, Parker.
It's been 3 years and he still has not conceded.
Cool. And what if the people didn't see that she conceded? Because I didn't see she conceded. So
she did concede. You can literally look it up right now. Look it up right now. Go click on your little keyboard.
No.
All right, and give me the.
How many countries did Obama invade?
I don't know.
Oh no, this is very important because we can talk about.
Wait, so you want to give red herrings? I'm just going to ask you some red herrings then, right? So let's go to some IQ tests real quick.
Answer my questions.
Hey, platform. Can you spell shepherd?
No.
No, you can't.
No, I'm not that.
Spell shepherd.
I'm not that smart. Let me find how many.
Come on, please, platform. Just spell shepherd.
Let me find how many countries Obama invaded.
Please
7
spell
countries.
shepherd.
SHEPARD, dummy.
SHE. What'd you say?
You heard what I said. I spelled it.
You said you said it wrong. You didn't put the H.
Yes, I said SHEPARD.
No, you didn't put the second H. You didn't put the second H.
I can't wait for you to put our recordings on YouTube. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, chat. Did he say the second H? I didn't hear the second H. Did he say the second H? I didn't hear the second H.
Yes, of course I did.
And did you put an A as well? Okay. All right. Next question. Platform. X plus 4 equals 10. What does X equal to?
I'll drop. I'm not here to have an IQ test with you. I'm smarter than you. I'm getting my doctorate degree. You're literally in a bachelor's program.
So X plus 4 equals 10. What is X?
IQ test. Parker, let me give you an IQ test. What is the anterior commissure that Dean brought up the other night?
I don't even know. I appreciate the galaxy.
Okay, let me give you another IQ test.
That's not an IQ test. I'm asking. I asked you to spell shepherd.
Give me 2 countries in Eastern Europe.
And in Eastern Europe, Romania, and then like Poland. Okay.
Let's see. Let me give you another IQ test. Let me think. Let me give you something simple.
X plus 4 equals 10. What is X?
Oh shoot. I don't know, Parker. It's super hard. I don't know. Parker, you're really just stupid when you do these IQ tests. I get it on doing it with people that are dumb, but I've debated you a million times, and I've destroyed you in every single debate besides maybe this one because I don't have much to say about Trump.
Every single debate, yeah. See, if you can't answer these basic questions I'm asking you, I'm not going to accept or that you're reliable in assuming anything about winning any debate.
Parker,
right? I gave you a contradiction when it relates to your worldview. Hold up. I gave you a contradiction.
How many cranial nerves are there?
Hold up. I'm gonna finish my stance. How many
cranial nerves are there, Parker?
I don't know how many nerves there are. Right? I gave you a contradiction. I gave you a contradiction. I don't know either. Right? I gave you a contradiction when it relates to your worldview with Christianity. Right? And your response to that contradiction was God can't do this thing. That's the literal basis of the contradiction in the first place.
Let's get into it. You didn't respond to my DMs. You know you didn't want to respond to my DMs.
What DMs? What DMs? I literally did respond to your DMs.
You responded to and then stopped responding after I started. And after you were trying to just bake me, you were trying to.
You mean after I went live?
You're so dumb because no, Parker, I've DM'd you. We've been messaging on DM for the past 4 days. You know damn well what I'm talking about. Don't act
4 days. What do you mean the past 4 days?
Okay, go check your DMs, Parker, 4 days. And go read what I said.
I responded once on my iPad right before I was going to my test. Right, like one time, like the few times we
say about my response to you about the whole God situation. You had nothing to say. Go read it for your whole chat.
I literally gave you a response. I already gave you the contradiction, and you didn't even engage with it at all. I gave it to you like 4 or 5 times.
I did. Go look. I responded to you.
Go look. You did not. You did not.
I did. Go look.
No, in what your supposed response is, it's not a legitimate response.
Let me give you an IQ
go over.
Test,
Hey,
platform. How many vertebrae are in the spine?
I don't know how many vertebrae are in the spine. I can go over and I can tell you. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. What's up?
How many fingers do we have?
10, typically speaking.
Okay, let me ask you, how many...
Well, it depends on whether or not you consider thumbs fingers as well.
Let's see. You don't know the cranial nerves. You don't know anything about the biology.
I know, you're just asking me about anatomy. Do you want me to ask you questions about economics?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, what is price elasticity?
Price elasticity
of demand. Yeah. Price elasticity of demand.
Of demand. So basically the price can move up and down based off of supply and demand of a product. Now let me ask you a question on neuroanatomy.
So it's how much there is going to be a percentage change in price given a particular, or a percentage change in demand given a particular percentage change in price.
Okay, so exactly what I said. Based off the supply and demand. Based off the supply and demand,
appreciate the sunglasses.
Prices will move up or down. That's exactly what I said. I just didn't give you your exact.
No, because you're not relating to the idea that it's based upon the percentage change, right?
How many teeth are in the human body?
How many teeth? I don't know how many teeth.
How many bones are in the human body?
It depends on the individual.
How many bones?
I don't know.
It depends on the individual.
Yeah.
Parker, how many?
Don't you have different levels of wisdom teeth? I appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much.
Parker, I'm asking, without the wisdom teeth, how many teeth do we have in the body?
Is it 32? I don't know.
Okay, how many bones do we have within the human body?
200 something.
Okay, you're just dumb. Talk about IQ tests.
Really? What state is Washington D.C.? Wait, what state is Washington? What state is Washington D.C. located in?
Oh, I don't know, Parker. They're not located within a state. I'm not fucking stupid.
Okay, I was just trying to see.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I mean, if you were to talk, what is the state that surrounds Washington D.C.?
Virginia.
No.
Yeah, no. There's New Jersey. What is it? New Jersey, Virginia, or whatever.
I'm asking what one is like wrapped around it. It's Maryland.
Okay. Is Virginia not on the tip at some point on?
Virginia's around the area.
Okay, no, but is it on the tip? Does it connect to Washington D.C.?
Appreciate the autumn leaf. Thank you so much. It might connect. I have to check again.
Oh, but you said no. So wait.
I actually I might be wrong with that. I thought it was just Maryland because when I last looked, it was just Maryland. But
I think you have the lowest IQ. No, it is. Yeah, Virginia.
Wait. Platform. How many planets are in the solar system?
I don't care about planets. I don't believe in planets.
Can you give me the order of the planets?
No, because I don't care about planets.
Can you tell me the planets that are in the solar system?
I've asked you how many bones are in the human body.
Can you tell me the planets in the solar system?
Yeah, let's talk about things that are relevant.
I think, yeah, wait. You bringing up anatomy is not general knowledge. Me bringing up the fucking planets. This is first grade science. Me bringing up the planets is come on. Me bringing up the planets is so much more general knowledge.
Dude, planets, first off, I know how many planets there are. This is very simple stuff. There's 8 planets. I'm not dumb. That's not what you don't understand is you don't understand.
Wait, so can you name the planets? Can you name the planets?
Dude, you want me to go in order naming the planets?
Yeah, name the planets in order.
Holy shit. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and then Pluto.
Pluto we wouldn't count, but what are the 3 states of matter?
No, you know exact liquid, gas, whatever the fuck the third one is.
You don't know the third one?
Oh, no, I know it. I just have to use my brain a little bit.
Got you.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question. So
how many letters are in the English alphabet?
Yes, and solid. But no, let me ask you a question.
How many, you just looked it up. How many letters are in the English alphabet?
Parker, I can show you I'm not doing anything looking up. I'm going to ask you something.
How many letters are in the English alphabet?
You have no brain. You have no brain.
How many letters are in the English alphabet?
26.
Okay. Did you look it up?
No, I don't look things up. How can I look things up?
Mississippi?
This is spot on. This is spot on, Parker.
Hey, platform. Can you spell Mississippi?
MISSIPI. MISSIP. MISS. I'm not. Yeah, I got.
Well, you just got removed for community guidelines. Yeah, he spelled it wrong. It's MISSISSIPPI. There's like a particular way of saying it. MISSISSIPPI. Right? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up on like the Mississippi River. We're gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Why do you get removed? TikTok TOS. It's TikTok TOS, not me. But let me go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, bro.
What's your birth year?
You said what?
What's your birth year?
2000.
Okay, well, you don't know how to do math. Platformer, you're back in the guest box. I'm confused. You didn't get removed? Oh, it's adding Louisiana Gator. I didn't mean to add this person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on, man. 33.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, man. I'm going to go back to the guy that was just on because apparently it didn't kick him. I'm confused. So I'm going to get him back. Just send a guest request back and I'll get you next, man.
Okay.
Okay, for sure.
Didn't kick me. I don't know why you dropped me.
No, it gave me the notification that says that you just got removed for community guidelines.
Yeah, I got the notification, but for some reason they're like not taking my account down. They're allowing me to go back up.
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. So you don't you don't have it on there? Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
No, this happened to me yesterday. They just said I had a violation warning and didn't do anything to my account. I got people, Parker. So answer my question. Let's go back to your IQ test.
Okay. What's your question? You muted yourself, man.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, go for it. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, keep sharing the live. Copy link, send it to a few friends. If you like my content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. I go live literally every day. So if you like the content, make sure to do so if you haven't already, everyone. Also, if you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in bio. Plus, you can also support me by subscribing, everyone. We're like number 8 on the list on all of TikTok. So if you want to help us run it up, everyone, you know, pretty close.
Parker, how many continents are there?
7.
What are the continents?
North America. You know, you've asked this question a million times, right? North America, South America, Africa, Asia, Europe, Antarctica, and then Australia or Oceania.
Okay. All right. Can we get back to, let me tell you one last thing about Trump. So when
was Pearl Harbor?
Dude, I don't have the exact date of that. Maybe the 19, I don't know, sometime around Vietnam War.
Around the Vietnam War?
Whenever, early 19.
Near the 60s?
No, I don't know when Pearl Harbor was. I don't have no idea.
So 1941, December 7th?
Maybe 19.
Maybe when we were involved in World War II?
World War II, yeah. Maybe
Not the Vietnam War?
Exactly. Not Vietnam, I meant World War II. Vietnam, my grandpa fought in World War II, so. Anyways, so let's get back to Trump. So when you bring up things like economy, we can clearly see Trump was 1,000 times better. When we bring up things like Roe v. Wade being overturned, that's a massive W for the pro-lifers. Let's see, what else can we talk about? Unemployment rate was
that's
at
terrible.
An all-time
Roe v.
low.
Wade being overturned is terrible.
No, it's a massive W for the pro-lifers. We don't really care about emotions. We care about the unborn babies, and we care.
So that's an incoherent stance because you caring about the baby is an emotional.
We didn't invade.
You not understand that, right? You're like, oh my god, all these babies dying. That's an emotional stance. You understand that, right?
Yeah, is it emotional to go in and get an abortion as well?
So I think that
Yes or no?
It can be. Not always.
Okay, so it's an emotional.
I think it's a rational decision in many circumstances. Like,
no, it's not rational.
If I got my girlfriend pregnant right now, I don't think that we just talked about. I don't think that she would have the kid.
Yeah, you're disgusting. That's not my problem.
What do you mean? That's completely rational. It's based upon the idea that we're younger, we're not ready to have kids. In the future, there's going to be a greater proportion to have children.
That's my point. I don't care what your emotional feelings are. Figure it out.
That's not my dude. You care about the emotional feelings that you have about a baby that doesn't exist yet, or about something that's not even fucking sentient.
Oh, I don't care if it's sentient or not, or sentient or not.
You think that women should be forced to take care of things that are not even sentient.
Yes, absolutely. I think there's a parental obligation to bring this child to term, just like there's
but God doesn't have any type of obligation.
There's a parental obligation. Oh, God has every obligation. God can do whatever God wants. 1, 2. We can get into the God.
No obligation to sustain. No causal obligation.
When we go on YouTube. But let me finish. There's a parental default. Just like if a mother has a child at home, unassisted birth, she has an obligation to take care of this child until she safely returns it to a safe haven box or whoever and transfers care. Just as a fetus in the womb should be safely brought to term and then transferred care. Absolutely, because it's its natural environment that it's living in.
You could say after the notion in which they have sentience, right? For individuals that have caused it. But when it relates to prior to that point, I don't see why we're going to be giving a zygote rights, a single cell organism. Like, I'm just not going to understand why.
Wait, a zygote? So you're telling me
why is a fertilized egg a zygote? Why does that have rights?
Wait, explain to me how embryology works. Tell me what happens in the first 2 weeks of embryology, Parker.
Are you talking about in terms of like what leads to implantation? Because that's not embryology.
I'm asking embryology. No, trust me, I know what embryology is.
Because I brought up zygotes. Zygotes don't even relate to embryology.
What are gametes called before they join together?
Like haploid and then diploid.
Okay, so then what happens after diploid? Just run me through how many cells it goes to.
I don't know.
Okay, these are very basic embryology questions you should understand. 2, 4.
Yeah, I brought up zygotes 16. And I was asking about the moral relevance of a zygote. Wait, but you're saying somehow different aspects of embryology are relevant.
In 5 days, they're at 16 cells. So you say it's a single cell organism.
I'm talking about a zygote.
Yeah, and I'm telling you in 5 days, it's a 16 cell organism.
I'm asking, why do you value the zygote?
I'm telling you because it's an under stage of development, just like you and I are.
Okay. And at that stage of development, why do you care about it? Is a single cell.
There's a moral. We have a moral. there's objective morality, one. So there's an understanding that we should protect. We should protect these people who don't have a voice. Absolutely. Two,
Christian Nicholas, thank you for subscription.
I've already told you because of parental default. So if you have a child that is 1 year old and you withdraw consent, do you have to now bring this child to a safe haven box? Yes, absolutely you do. Same goes for a child that is in a
sentient.
No, that's not why you have to bring it to a safe haven.
That is literally why. Under my view, that is why, absolutely.
Under your view, right? But the laws are showing that because this is a human being, you must. I
don't care about the laws. Well, depends on how you define human being, but I don't care about what the laws currently say. The laws have been the case that there's been slavery legal. The laws have been the case that it's okay for adults to have intercourse with 16-year-olds.
Okay, so Parker, first off, let me ask you, why do you think there's no parental default to bring this child to term?
I think that there'd be an obligation, a causal obligation after sentience.
So what is your sentience stance then?
18 to 26 weeks is when it's most likely.
Great. I love when you say that. So what happens when we start to see 12 to 14 weeks sentience starting to happen within these babies? And there's multiple studies already out showing that. Are you going to put now?
No, if there's evidence that they do have sentience, which there's not good evidence indicating that, then my stance would change.
Right. That's why it's so.
But the same thing would be true if you're relating to a stance about. No, because what you're not understanding is the broader context. The same would be true about a stance that relates to when life begins, right? This is a case that based upon the evidence, you would make a determination that is different based upon the available evidence.
Human life begins at conception. This is scientifically proven. It'll never change. When I tell you your stance on sentience can change, your view is very adjustable. So therefore, it is not a strong stance. If it can move up and down.
Wait, hold up. You claim that it can't change. What is the determination for that?
Yeah, the studies that we're seeing that there's no studies saying that.
That's just what most say that at this point. And actually, there are academic papers.
There's no study saying that life doesn't begin at conception. Every single study you see says life.
Actually, there are professionals that say it does not.
Sentience is very you can move it around. There's 18, 24 weeks. That's why every pro-lifer you talk to has a different stance on sentience.
Okay,
or pro-choicer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, it just depends on their understanding of the neuroscience, right, or something like that. Or
right, but you don't even understand neuroscience. I asked you what the anterior commissure was. Tell me what this is. If you know on neuroscience.
I don't think that's necessarily going to.
How many ventricles are in the brain, Parker? How many ventricles are in the brain?
Is that going to relate to being sentient? Right. What's going to relate to being sentient?
Do you know what ventricles are? Tell me how many ventricles are in the brain.
Yeah, I don't know how many ventricles are in the brain. I don't know why that's relevant.
Because this is where pain and emotions is brought to and then put into the cerebral cortex.
Is this where it's because the conceptualization would be relating to the conceptualization? Let me finish. The conceptualization is going to relate to things like the cerebral cortex, the prefrontal cortex, and the thalamocortical connections.
Where does it go before the Parker, you don't understand tracks clearly. You don't understand neuron tracks. Let me ask you, where does it go?
I don't understand all the complexities. I'm not making the argument
where does it go? Where does it go before the prefrontal?
What I am saying is that most of the academic research that does relate to the idea of sentience indicates that's likely to happen between the 18
you just
through
said
26
these people
weeks.
don't. You just told me that the reason why people have such different views on sentience is because they don't understand neuroanatomy or neuroscience. So I'm asking you, what happens before what happens before the signals get sent to the cortex? What happens to these signals? Where are they in the brain? If you know so much about neuroanatomy and science.
I said I don't know very much about neuroscience or brain anatomy. What I'm saying is that this is what most of the academic research is indicating. I'm looking to the people in which do have. Hold up. I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you so much. I'm looking to the people that do have the understanding of this. What is most likely to be true based on the available research.
Your argument is so movable because that's why it's a bad. I think it's a terrible.
No, when I'm looking at what's like most likely to be true based upon the available research, it's only going to change given the new available research, right? Which is exactly how your stance should be. Appreciate the sail away. Thank you so much.
But Parker, the difference is our stance doesn't change. We say that life begins at conception. Your guys' stance could change next week. In fact,
wait. Different things could change about that. Like it is the case that like there are different types of professionals that don't indicate that it begins at conception.
You keep cutting me off.
We've already gone over this point. That's why. No, I already said this. I actually already said this and I have to say it again because you didn't listen.
No, I know what you're saying, but what you're not understanding is that's why it's a bad argument because you can't have something that there's other scientists saying that, perception is starting at 12 weeks. But you're saying, let's stick to 18 to 22 to 24 weeks. When there's scientists out there saying, no, we're seeing activity within the frontal cortex or wherever we're seeing it within 12 weeks. At 8 weeks, we're starting to see.
That's not true. Not true. No academic paper says that. Nope.
Wait,
no
I'll show you.
Academic paper says that. Show me. The prefrontal cortex is not going to be developed until.
I didn't say prefrontal cortex. I said cortex in general. The prefrontal cortex doesn't perceive everything.
Are you relating to like the cerebral cortex?
You don't understand Brodmann's numbers. You don't understand.
I thought you were relating to the prefrontal. I thought. Sorry, my bad. Right? If you're relating to like the cerebral cortex,
numbers, you don't understand anything about where certain signals get sent within the brain, Parker. These are things that you should understand if you're going to debate these things. When you talk about ventricle activity,
thank you so much, North.
We're seeing ventricle activity happening within the brain at 8 weeks. Maybe it's not being perceived.
Is ventricle activity seen in other types of individuals who are brain dead?
I don't believe so.
Can you give me evidence of that? Maybe that's something relevant to know if you're going to talk about it, right?
No, absolutely.
Okay, so then look it up.
But I still don't agree with pulling the plug on brain dead people because there's times where. Because we can talk about that whole thing because I can tell you right now, there's been multiple.
They're not sentient, though.
There's multiple I don't care. There's multiple cases of people
thank you so much.
Whose cranial nerves stopped working and they're considered brain dead, but they come back a week later and they start to smell again or a tear drops out of their eyes.
So there was a misdiagnosis.
Exactly. So should we end these lives then?
So you're just saying that because there's a misdiagnosis.
So
but the idea, you know how much resources are going to be wasted given that circumstance? Like, you understand how likely that is unlikely that is to happen?
No, it's not unlikely. It happens all the time, Parker, in hospitals. Go talk to ER docs. Yeah, I can tell you right now, if I could put my teacher on the phone, she just gave us a story 2 weeks ago about this with her brother.
Can you give me any type of statistical evidence that would indicate this?
Yes. You need evidence that brain dead people are misdiagnosed all the time?
I just want to know the prevalence of misdiagnosis and then the other claim I asked for.
Okay.
Appreciate the chalkboard. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Nina, thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it. All right, everyone. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. You already know the deal. I'm going to get to the next person after this.
Okay, here we go. You want to hear something crazy? You're going to have to concede to this. In the British studies, it was estimated that up to 40% of patients are misdiagnosed as being brain dead. So what, we just end these lives because you think that they're brain dead? Terrible argument.
Wait,
Parker.
Wait. What's the title?
Yeah, it's called Aware and Awake. Shocking numbers of patients not really brain dead. And the Steinberg-Goodman.
Aware and Awake, and then what's the rest of the title? Thank you for the money, Gun. Thank you for the Gus. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You
can just go on sgklawyers.com. It's a blog. It was done by Steinberg-Goodman and Kalish.
Wait, no, you said Aware and Awake. What's the rest of the title?
It's going to be Shocking Numbers of Patients Not Really Brain Dead. That's the name of the title.
Numbers of patients not really brain dead. All right.
Should be the first thing that comes up.
SG Lawyers. Okay, yeah, I do see this. Aware and Awake, a study from England. Here we go. Let's click on this. It says page not found. This is the study they linked to. Page not found.
Wait, I have it right here, Parker. You're here we go. Here, look.
Can you click on the source? I know. I read that. I read that part too. If you click on the source that they link to, I appreciate the boxing glove. Thank you so much, Reed. It's the studies from England. You click on it right here.
Okay, but these numbers are given. Hold on, I'll give you more numbers. I have more. Trust me.
There's literally no source. They have no source.
I'll give you another source. This happens all the time. This happens all the time, Parker. Hold on. Controversies in brain death declaration, legal and ethical implications in the ICU. Here we go. Hold on. Let me get to the abstract. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna look this up in the meantime.
And then I want to know, can you look up, is there ventricle activity? There must clearly be still ventricle activity within brain dead individuals because this is happening.
You look it up. It's your source, man.
No, I didn't. I just, you asked the question. I didn't say.
Yeah, I asked the question and you have failed to give anything.
I've already given you one source on brain dead. You said, how prevalent is brain dead activity, misdiagnosis of brain dead activity? Yeah, exactly. This is very prevalent, 40% prevalent.
But you gave no source. It was a trustmebro.org. It was 404 page not found.
Medical students over first idea.
So give me an actual source. You gave me a source that had a page not found on the fucking source. You got to get a grip, dude. You have nothing to base your claims at all. You're just looking for things, the first fucking shit you find on Google, dude. Not even looking at reputable fucking places, dude. It's unbelievable.
No, you're unbelievable. I will give you a million sources. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, a million sources that you haven't even fucking looked at.
National Institutes of Health.gov. Here we go.
Yeah, what's the title?
The misdiagnosis of prolonged disorders of consciousness by clinical consensus compared with repeated coma recovery scaled revised assessment. That's the name of the source, and it's going to be about 14, I think, 0.6%. They said is prevalent.
So what's the title again?
It's going to be the misdiagnosis of prolonged disorders of consciousness by clinical consensus compared with repeated coma recovery scale.
Go a little bit slower. I'm not going to be able to get all of that typing down right away.
The misdiagnosis of prolonged disorders of consciousness.
Disorders of consciousness.
By a clinical consensus.
By a clinical consensus.
Compared with...
That should be enough. That should be enough to find it. Here we go. Is it Jay Wang? Is that the name? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Is that the name?
What did you ask?
Is that the name?
Jin Wing, yeah.
Yeah, so where does it say?
So go to results. In this study, 137 patients with clinical consensus diagnosed of prolonged DOC were enrolled. It was found that 24.7% of patients...
No, it says the conclusions say the rate of misdiagnosis by the clinical consensus is still relatively high. Therefore, it doesn't tell you where's this?
Interesting. It's relatively high. No, I'm giving you the numbers.
Because it has a study of 137 that found that 24.7% were actually MCS after single... See, this doesn't say misdiagnosis. Evaluation results showed the proportion of misdiagnosis of MCS, this is not brain dead, is 38.2. A total of 16.7 of EM. So we're not talking about necessarily brain dead individuals.
Yeah. What are we talking about?
Wait, what is this for? No, this says the misdiagnosis of prolonged disorders of consciousness by a clinical consensus compared with repeated coma recovery, a scale revised assessment. This is not relating to brain dead individuals diagnosed.
In the United States. Hold on 1 second.
These are prolonged disorders of consciousness. Okay. So please, dude, give me an actual fucking source, man.
I will.
Like, platform, you just bullshit on my live all the time. It's actually ridiculous.
Parker, every single time I leave your live, I have about 1,000 people coming into my chat saying how dumb you are. I promise you that.
Of course, because there are people that disagree with me. You know how many people come in my chat and say how dumb you are? Because there are people on two opposing sides in a debate that disagree. And people who disagree with me are going to think that I'm dumb because they disagree with me. Not because of how smart or how dumb I actually am, but because on the basis of the fact that they disagree with me.
No, you're actually dumb. Hold on.
Platform, you literally can't reason out of a box. Like, unironically.
Hold on.
I cannot.
You haven't done any studies on any of these things. You just think you understand. You
literally have given me studies that disprove your point every single time. You haven't given me a single actual legitimate source.
Given you, Parker, you told me it's not prevalent when we see brain dead individuals come back from brain dead and
we do see it, but I have no reason to believe that it's extraordinarily prevalent.
So why are we pulling the plug on these people?
Because it's very unlikely they're coming back.
No, but why wouldn't we just let these people die?
The idea because of the misdiagnosis, right? Because, well, that's actually what you do when you pull the plug. You do just let them die.
Hold on. Results. I think I actually might have found one. Patient hypoxic brain damage. Conclusion.
Yeah, so we can look for stuff if you'd like.
Go to the journal
of Korean another two things.
Go to the reflex and spontaneous movements in adult patients during the process of determining brain death in Korea.
This isn't by the U.S. standards, movements.
I don't care. This is how cranial activity works. All we need to see is cranial activity, and they are no longer brain dead. It's a misdiagnosis.
So wait. So again, you're saying reflex and spontaneous movements are not uncommon during the process of determining brain death. The frequency of such movements ranges from 19.2% to 75% among all brain dead cases, but the reported frequencies wildly vary from one study to another. Right? How does that indicate that whether or not they have like a subjective experience? Like, wait, a platform just left. What did he just leave for? So what he's not referencing is that reflexes are seen within things in which are not sentient all the time. Okay? So reflexes existing does not indicate that they have sentience. That's not, I don't know. I think that's a bit ridiculous, but yeah, he left 5 minutes. No, he did not leave 5 minutes ago. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. I think he's completely gone. So I'm going to try to get on to the next person. I was looking for that one last person that I had on. I completely forgot their name though. I'm not going to lie, chat. Completely forgot their name. I feel so bad. We're gonna go to the next person. Tap that screen. You got Kirk. You mean you got Banana'd. Reflex is brain active. Brain activity doesn't indicate sentience. Okay. There's brain activity within brain dead individuals that we know are not sentient. So, like, again, the EEG readings do not indicate sentience. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2005, April.
For sure. So do you think that you support Trump, I mean?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because he has good hair. Like, you can't even lie, bro. What?
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree. Has good hair. I don't know, man. I don't think Trump really has good hair, man. Like, do you really think that's good hair, dude? I don't know what his style is. I'm actually really confused. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to get the next person up here real quick again. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. You have his hair? No, we do not have the same hair. Okay, we do not. Do not disrespect me like that. That is unbelievable. What did platform say? Only send a guest request if you disagree. For some reason, it's not getting people up here. I'm going to try to get to the next person. Just give it a second, everyone. In the meantime, copy link, send it to a few friends. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? Are you driving? Clearly are driving. Clearly are driving. Let's go to the next person. Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to get someone up here. It's not the same. Yours is darker. Well, I mean, he also just has like a different hairstyle, just like down. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. For some reason, people just want to send guest requests and they're like not here. So we're going to go to the next one. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Platform 1 is simple as that. Like what argument? What argument? Platform said he's running. Platform said I'm running. He's not even in the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh my gosh. Another person who sent a guest request who's literally not here. Great. We got to love it. We got to love it. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Okay. What is going on right now, everyone? I'm trying to get someone up here. I apologize, everyone. I apologize. We're going to be on until like 6 o'clock, 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time tonight. So we got like 3.5 hours or so left on the live. So again, if you like the content, everyone, do follow me if you have not already. We go live literally on a daily basis, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Am I on?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 48.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
Why so?
So, the United States is actually a business. We're a corporation. I don't know if we're not a democracy, whatever, but he runs hella businesses and runs the country like a business.
Okay, so if we want business people, right? Should Bill Gates be considered a better candidate for president than Trump?
Well, Bill Gates isn't running for president.
Well, if he was, would you say that he'd be a better candidate?
It depends. I don't know.
He's made more money in business.
I do know that right when Trump was elected the first time, he brought more companies back to the States from China, from factories and whatnot.
Actually, more jobs were outsourced under his administration than actually brought back to the United States.
I did not say jobs. I said companies that were in China brought them back to where they were
employing people in America. So jobs.
Indirectly, but you can say jobs now, but a lot of that is going downhill from what Trump had put in place when he was president. And if you look at it a percentage compared, if you look at all the people, including the people coming across the border, there's actually a less percentage of people that have jobs. Let's say 2 million people come across. I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah. So immigration doesn't hurt the amount of jobs really in the economy. I don't know what you're referencing with that. Secondly, when you're relating to outsourcing, when you're relating to outsourcing, right? Again, I already brought up the claim earlier that, again, there were more jobs that were outsourced to other countries under Trump's administration than brought back to America. So this idea that he's going to bring back all of these jobs, right, isn't necessarily true.
But you were saying that there was more jobs now than there were then. So what I was saying was, if you're just comparing to jobs and you're looking at it as a percentage, there's less jobs for the American people.
That's not true. There's more jobs
companies now. There's more jobs, but there's less jobs for the American people. The 2 million people that are coming across the border are taking those jobs.
Yeah, so you know that people still come into the country like undocumented under Trump's administration. One, two. Again, when it relates to undocumented jobs, these are going to be jobs that are not profitable to be done outside of this context.
Okay, well, first of all, you really can't speak on that. You don't know if it'd be profitable or not. Do you own these companies?
No, that's what they run in these contexts.
Okay, well, then what about that's like hearsay. Just like me saying that a lot of the people coming across the border are from Venezuelan prisons.
No, but I can relate to actual reason to believe what I'm saying, right? Like, there's actual a basis to that claim.
I can relate to reason to believe what I'm saying as well.
And how so?
There's videos on the internet of the prisons that are now completely empty, and their news about them.
And how you know all those people went to the United States?
Well, there's not many. If you look at the video, like there's a TikTok of this guy that has a card, and it's from it's something, but it's
Josh, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it.
Man, I'd like to forward it to you, but it's the People's Republic, something construction army. I'm sorry?
So the source is TikTok?
No, the source was a news clip in Venezuela that was somebody from TikTok had taken and then put it on TikTok. So however you want to take it. That's how it was brought to America. Of course, we're not going to put it on our news.
Yeah, so
that'll make Biden look bad.
Again, we would have evidence of this. It doesn't matter whether or not a claim makes Biden look bad or not. It is the case that people have. Well, listen.
Do you what
listen?
News
because
do you
there's.
Watch, though? I'm just curious.
I don't watch mainstream news. So, when it relates to
you don't watch mainstream news?
No, not at all.
Good. What news do you watch?
I mainly get news from engaging with people on the topics.
Oh, so that's an excellent source of news, right? Believe everybody you hear. You can't do that.
No, I'm just saying that most of my knowledge comes from debates.
Well, then investigate.
That's not saying that
look at different topics.
Could you let me finish, Joseph? Joseph, would you like me to finish, or would you like me to cut you off every single time you speak as well? Because I can do that.
You can cut me off every single time.
Oh, okay, I'll just do that then. Right. So
I do end up stopping.
Yeah. So okay, so when it relates to what I'm saying, I don't just stop at that point, right? I still look at other types of reputable sources and I compare and contrast across the board, right? When it relates to different types of international news sources, it just depends on the scenario, right? But if you haven't provided anything to justify the claim when it relates to, again, these people from these particular types of prisons being let out to come to the United States, well, then I'm not going to believe it if there's no empirical basis for the claim or theoretical basis. Of course.
And then when I say, oh, you say, well, where'd you hear this? And I say, oh, TikTok. Oh, your source is TikTok? No, my source is not TikTok.
It was
a Venezuelan news broadcast that was taking a clip from a lady who knows Spanish. I don't know Spanish, but she was bilingual, and she took it and posted it on TikTok. That is not a normal, a normal.
And what is the video show?
Hold on. Give me a few minutes. Hey, so can you give me your how would I send that to you?
My DMs are open.
All right, I'll DM you the link. All right, appreciate it.
For sure. All right, appreciate you coming on.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, this person hasn't connected. For some reason, it hasn't gotten through. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Copy link. Send it to a few friends. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Tap that screen. Or you can comment, everyone. Commenting also helps everyone. Midori, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Louisiana Gator. Oh yeah. Thank you for reminding me, chat. I'll make sure to look for them. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, this person's not here, so we're going to try the next. I'm looking for Louisiana Gator. I'll see if I can find them. I don't know if they're in the guest box, though. It doesn't seem like they're in the guest box, everyone. So we're going to go to the next person again. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. You already know we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Change topic, please. What topic would you want? What topic would y'all want? And by the way, everyone, on every topic I do, there's always a quote unquote change topic. That everyone always says that. I do topics differently every other day. I can't just change topic every single time someone says that, by the way. But I will take into account everyone. Because a lot of people love this topic and don't want me to change it. So rephrase. Yeah, we can. I was thinking of making a different background that relates to this. I was thinking either a Biden over Trump one or something like that. Or make one specific to the elections. We are going to be doing vaccinations here pretty soon. Me and Matt are setting up a bibliography right now for the different types of studies when it relates to vaccinations so that we have good, reputable sources that we can relate to. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 26.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
It's literally only one reason. He just freed Kodak. That's all I like him for. That's it.
So who cares about the election claims? Sheila, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. He just left. Okay. All right. I'm going to add I think Sheila wanted to say something. I don't know if you're in the guest box here. Let me add Sheila real quick. Yeah, what's up? What did you want to say real quick?
Hey, Parker. I support Trump for prison, so I'm not opposition, but I will say I don't think a lot of people are thinking about this, and I think it's very important. So I have a different perspective because of my experience, but Donald Trump incited so much hate in this country that people were literally trying to hurt other people who thought differently than he did. And my son was actually unalived by someone who was responding to Trump saying, yeah, I want to unalive protesters. After he responded to Trump, he actually spent the next couple months planning to do just that in Austin, Texas in 2020. I don't know if you remember the story of Garrett Foster. The guy drove through the red light into the crowd of protesters and then unalived my son, shot 5 bullets into him.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Then, thank you, I appreciate it. Then the next day, Donald Trump retweeted a post of someone who said my son fired a gun at the guy. He never did. That was all a lie. And when that man did that to his 54 million followers, it unleashed literal hell onto my family. And these are Americans that he is inciting against other Americans. The division is dangerous. The hate is so dangerous. And I hear people talk about presidential candidates all the time and why shouldn't Trump be reelected? That to me is the biggest reason, because I don't think this country has ever been that divided as long as I've been alive, and I'm 53 years old. I almost said 54, but I'm 53 years old. That seriously is the biggest reason, because he doesn't want a united nation. And it's almost like if you don't agree with him, you're the enemy, and his followers, they don't care if what he's saying is true or not. Whatever he says, they just do it. And that's dangerous. And that is not something I want my grandkids to inherit. And it's not something that anybody should have to be a victim of. My God, that's the president of the United States. It's supposed to be the most powerful position in this country. And anybody who's leading this country should want us to be united. Thank you all. Thank you all for the gifts. I really, truly appreciate you. But I want a united nation. We're stronger, united. And anybody who's in the most powerful seat inciting hatred and division against your neighbor is not a leader that we need. And I don't know if anybody is looking at it from that perspective.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. Is there anything else you'd like to add, particularly Sheila?
No, I appreciate you letting me come up. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's go on to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. All right, let's get to the next person, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
December 28th.
Okay, for sure. Do you support? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, why so?
I mean, I just feel like that the things that he do and the things that he agrees with, I agree with, you know, like I like guns. I don't like babies being killed. Stuff like that.
Yeah. So guns. Did you know that Trump passed one of the most restrictive gun bills, like in terms of the bump stock ban?
Yeah, I can understand. Like, there's been laws made on guns, but what I mean by that, like, is the opposite side doesn't really like guns that much. You know, I like to hunt. Stuff like that. You know, the opposite side, I feel like they don't like guns like that.
So Biden isn't like against guns.
But they
are
aren't
like
exactly
more restrictions the same way Trump is, but they're not like against guns.
All right. All right, I agree with you.
No? Okay, so you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump, man.
So you don't agree with me?
I mean, do what?
So if you support Trump, you don't agree with me?
I said I agreed with you on what you just said.
Oh, okay,
man.
on the guns thing. Okay. So then why do we support Trump?
I just agree with the things that he's agreeing with, man.
Like what?
All right. I'm trying to explain it in ways that I'm not going to make everybody in the chat just hate me because I'm trying to be nice.
Diani, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
But like, you know, people coming across the border right now, there's like a lot of that, I feel like.
Across the border? I mean, that happened the same under Trump's administration. Actually, if you look at like the undocumented immigrant population in terms of the estimations, they're similar in terms of percentages they were under Trump's administration. And so I don't see as to why that would be like specific to Biden.
Well, because he tried ways to stop it.
And he tried ways that weren't as effective, right? Because actually most people who come into the country and stay here undocumented actually come here by flying into the country and overstaying their visas. So they don't come through the border.
And another thing, like, you know, not the second, I apologize on that, but like soon after Biden became president, you know, you got to agree with me. United States has been in a bad hole.
For
like,
what?
look at the gas prices. I mean,
there are things that impact our economy as they do around the entire world. The gas prices and inflation, that's something around the world that's happening. Justin, thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate it.
How is that
Key, I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. So if it's happening globally, because we see it happening in Europe, they actually have higher prices than we do here. How can we attribute it to just Biden?
Because it happened when he was president.
Okay, so 14.8% unemployment happened under Trump's presidency. Is that because of Trump?
I guess so.
Appreciate the ring light. Thank you so much. Okay. So if it's because of Trump, why did Trump cause the unemployment to go to 14.8%? That's a big issue, isn't
couldn't
that?
tell you, man.
Trump causing that much unemployment? That's more unemployment than happened during the 2008 financial crisis. Or I'm pretty sure it's around. I think it's more, actually. Appreciate the ring light. Thank you so much.
I mean, I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't follow all that too much, but I work myself, but like I haven't really had a problem finding a job. There's jobs everywhere, even then. But as I'm saying, and all the people saying I'm racist, that is totally wrong.
Yeah. So was the 14.8% unemployment caused by Trump? I don't think you think that.
Oh yeah, man. If it happened whenever he was president, he's the cause of it. He was president.
Okay, so 1 million people died under Trump's administration when it relates to COVID. Was that caused by Trump?
COVID?
Yeah.
How was that? COVID didn't even start in the United States.
Okay, but it happened in the United States. You said if it happened under Trump's administration, that means he caused it. If it happened under Biden's administration, that means he caused it. So it was the case that, again, right? It seems like he caused this.
That is like a totally different thing, though. That is a disease, not a disease, a sickness.
Yeah, so there can be outside causes. Okay, so when we relate to the gas prices, OPEC has limited the supply that they're giving to other countries, and we're not getting Russian oil to the same degree we were, as the Russia-Ukraine situation is in like some sort of like effect. As again, there were sanctions placed upon Russia to destabilize their economy because they're trying to aggress into Europe and take over places that were previously owned by the Soviet Union.
Look, man. There's shit that's happened since Biden's been president. There's stuff that's happened since Trump's been president. There's stuff that's happened since every president has been president.
Yeah, thank you for the orange. I appreciate it. So we need to determine whether or not it was caused by these entities.
Yes, but what I'm saying is the reason I agree with Trump and the reason that I don't agree with Biden is because, like, Trump, whenever he said he was going to do something, he at least tried to do it. He held his word to a point. He may have done some shady stuff that I've heard of. It may not even be true. But, like, I don't agree with people coming across the border. He didn't agree with that.
How do you feel about the election? Like Trump's lied about the election for the past few years, said it was stolen, has no substantial evidence to indicate that to be true. Do you care about the fact that he's been lying about the election?
That could totally, I mean... All right, like, that is a totally different side question than what I was trying to say.
And do you think that Trump, what was the response to it?
Like, at this point, like, you're just throwing so many questions that it's hard for me to answer each question.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all right. Let me calm down for a second. I agree with Trump. You agree with Biden. What do you agree with Biden for?
So I could relate to universal health care. I could relate to like free public universities, the fact that it moves more towards that type of economy, the fact that there would be better types of federal judges in place, whether it be state and local judges, or whether we reference like federal Supreme Court judges. So like there could be different things that we could relate to with that, right? But typically speaking, I'm also going to relate to like the anti-democratic notions espoused by individuals like Trump. So going back to the question that I was just referencing, right? Are you okay with the fact that Trump has been lying about the election for the past few years, given that he has no substantial evidence to indicate that the election was stolen, yet still claims it?
So there's a claim
Sheila,
that doesn't...
thank you for the fireworks. I appreciate it. Thank you.
In fact, true, though.
What?
There's a claim, but that, like, doesn't make the statement true.
What statement true?
That he rigged the election.
Trump didn't rig the election. I'm saying he's claimed that the election was stolen from him. Okay, but there's no substantial evidence to indicate this to be true. And actually, Trump appointed judges actually literally voted otherwise in terms of these cases that were brought up into court. Okay, these are Trump appointed judges. So either these Trump appointed judges were corrupt judges, right? Or he lost the election. Which one is it? Did Trump appoint corrupt judges or did he lose the election?
If he rigged it, like if he did either of those things, don't you think he would have won?
What? Are you listening to me, bro?
You just asked me if he hired corrupt judges and...
Yeah, if he appointed corrupt judges that then turned against him, right, and were doing so in a fraudulent manner, like treasonous, corrupt judges, did he appoint them or did he lose the election?
I couldn't tell you.
You can't tell me. So, but it's one or the other. So either he lost the election or, okay, here, people in chat are asking me to ask this. How many letters are in the English alphabet?
Just thinking off the top of the head, I'm pretty sure it's 26.
You're right. What are the 3 states of matter?
Solid, liquid, and gas.
Nice. If x plus 4 is equal to 10, what is x equal to?
X plus 4?
Is equal to 10. What is x equal to?
6?
Yep. Okay. Can you spell shepherd?
SHEAPARD, I think.
No, it's SHEPHERD.
All right.
You got this, so no, you're good. How many continents are there?
That one, I haven't ever been very good at history.
At history?
Not history. Shit, my bad, dude. I have bad anxiety being in front of a bunch of people.
You're good, bro.
Continents. I'm gonna say 7.
You're right. What are those continents?
I had no idea.
Oh, okay. Do you know how many planets there are in the solar system?
Let's see. Earth, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter. 6 or 7, right?
There's 8. There's Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and then Neptune.
Yeah, my bad.
You're good. Don't worry.
Make fun of me for that one.
I'm gonna give you one to end on a good note. What is the fuel that you put into a car to make it go?
Yeah, that's air, man. I'm messing with you. It's gasoline.
Okay. I'm just making sure. All right. Well, yeah, you can continue going. What was actually first? Could you spell Mississippi?
MISSISSIPPI.
Oh, based. Okay. You know what? Someone actually didn't know how to do that earlier, and I was really confused. But yeah, go for
Bro,
it.
If you don't know how to do that, then you weren't raised right. I wasn't raised right.
The MISSISSIPPI. You always got that, you know. Okay, so yeah, can you continue back to what you're saying?
I'm just gonna get off here.
Okay, for sure, man. I appreciate you coming on, man.
You have a good one.
You as well. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, keep tapping that screen. Let's strike it to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. We're gonna go to the next person. Everyone, yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
For sure. Do you think that? Wait, what's your birth year?
2000.
What month?
May.
For sure. So, why do you support Trump?
I guess, no, actually, I have a question for you first. Why do you support Biden?
Well, I think that Biden is better than Trump, mainly because of a lot of the issues that I've mentioned earlier. I could relate to the fact that 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%. So it was effectively a spending policy, given our current governmental spending structure, to the top 1%, right? So benefiting the rich and wealthy, people that make over $500,000 a year in the United States. We could also relate to the idea that there's undemocratic notions supported by Trump, as he was claiming that the election has been stolen, yet there's no substantial evidence indicating that to be true. Actually, even Trump appointed judges literally didn't indicate it to be true. So there was either the case that they were corrupt judges or the case that he lost the election. Next, we could relate to the idea that he's not necessarily in support of the same types of like universal healthcare systems, or if we were to relate to like access to free public universities, that would make people who are in the middle class significantly better off in this country, which actually hold us back comparative to other types of developed countries in Europe. I can mention like lots of other ones, but I don't want to give too much.
Fair. So I guess I don't necessarily support Trump, but I don't necessarily support Biden either.
Do you support Trump over Biden?
I do, mostly for the reasons that when Trump was in office, a lot less in the world, I guess, was going on. Whereas now there's been a lot of things that have gone on that haven't really been great.
Like what?
The Afghanistan incident.
What in that? What in Afghanistan?
Where Biden requested to pull all.
That was actually Trump's plan.
How
it was Trump's plan originally. Just Biden got extra time. Yep.
What?
Yep. Trump made that deal with the Taliban initially.
He wasn't in office though.
He was in office when he made the deal with the Taliban. And then they actually extended the date after that. So then it ended up happening under Biden. But the actual thing to set up was set up by Trump. So seems like you're against Trump, leaving Afghanistan then.
I just don't believe that would have been from Trump, because
it was.
He wasn't in office when that happened.
He was in office when he made the deal with the Taliban.
What deal?
You can look it up. Do you want me to show you?
Sure.
All right. Trump deal to leave Afghanistan. Deal to Afghanistan. All right, let me show you. So here's from factcheck.org. Trump sets deal. What is this? Trump administration in February 2020 negotiated a withdrawal agreement with the Taliban that excluded the Afghan government, freed 5,000 imprisoned Taliban soldiers, and set a date certain of May 1st, 2021 for the final withdrawal. This is from factcheck.org if you want to look it up. The title is Timeline of the U.S. Withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Are we talking about the same thing? Because I'm talking about when we left, we left all of our helicopters and all of our...
That's the withdrawal.
Okay.
So those particular things, those were not even able to be used, right? And it would have costed more money to bring out the equipment, right, than it would be to have just leave it there, right? And again, they were decommissioned. They can't be used.
But they can copy what we have and then recreate it.
They already can do that.
I don't know.
These documents are literally public documents.
For what?
These are public documents, right, that they have when it relates to certain things. Right? There's some things that they'd be able to recreate that would be already known in the public documents. The things that they can't recreate, which would be things that would be relevant to its functionality, right, would be things that are secret, right?
For building attack helicopters?
Yeah, you can search that up.
So you think I could just look up how to build an attack helicopter and I could build one?
If you have governmental access to plans and research, yeah, you'd be able to develop stuff like that, as there's many different types of governments and institutions around the world that would know how to do that, right? But the particular plans from the United States, right, those things are not going to be able to be seen, right? And actually, even if you have the context of the attack helicopters, that doesn't mean that you're going to know how to function, how to make them function. So that's also like a false inference.
Right. So you're saying China or any country could access the United States?
Not all the United States knowledge, no. But some plans, yes. There are some plans that you can access from other countries around the world, right? About attack helicopters and other stuff from our past, things that we've used. Yeah, absolutely.
From history, right? But not...
Yeah, things that we've used in the past. There are certain things, yeah.
Yeah, not our current fleet, though.
There are certain things about our current fleet in which are mentioned and other things that are not. Did you get what I said earlier?
Yep.
Yeah, but also, again, when we're talking about they disabled the functionality, they literally destroyed them so that they can't be used. So I don't see how that they would be able to figure it out if it's literally destroyed, necessarily speaking.
They were destroyed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were many that were destroyed.
Okay.
So also, the same thing would have happened under a Trump, right? That's what irks me a bit, is because these same sort of things would be likely to happen either way around. It's just whenever it flips Democrat or Republican, we just point at these things that, again, would have happened regardless. So what we need to determine is whether or not there's a meaningful association between Trump and between this event happening, or between Biden and this event happening. Unless we can demonstrate that meaningful association, it's just going to be some sort of spurious association.
I agree with you, but I guess why has so many things happened in our country and the world that
a lot happened during Trump's presidency. COVID happened during Trump's presidency.
Right, but that wasn't because of Trump, though.
Yeah, neither were these circumstances because of Biden. See, do you understand the point I'm getting to?
Economically, and like stuff to do with our army and everything. There's just a lot more that's happened with Biden in office than when Trump was in office.
Like what? What's happened?
Well, I'm like gas prices, the Afghanistan incident.
Gas prices, that's not caused by Biden. The Afghanistan situation, that was also going to happen under Trump.
He got rid of our oil reserves and everything, which contributed to that.
So the oil reserves were meant to lower the price given the price was higher. So the oil reserves were just things that we were keeping in reserve, not in the market. That doesn't make any sense.
Right, but then we're not using our own oil anymore like we were when Trump was in office.
We're not using our own oil. Wait, what? Say that again?
We were using our own oil when Trump was in office, right?
And we still are now. We're producing the same rates they were under Trump. You want me to show you?
Sure.
Okay. So you can look up, go to the EPA, right? And you can look up specifically like the oil production in the United States. Let me pull it up because I just closed it. Hold up. Oil production. There we go here. This is EIA, I mean. Here, not the EPA. What the hell am I thinking? You see how it's at the same rates it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's at the same rates. You can look at this is on the EIA.gov. So you can look it up if you'd like. It is U.S. field production oil. Yeah, that's if you want to look that up. Yeah, so again, why are we accepting that Trump has lied about the election for years? Like this is a wild claim. Like if we think about it, like if someone like years after was not accepting the results of the election, if it was related to Hillary Clinton, right, Republicans would be making the biggest fucking deal about it, okay? Right, but because it's Trump, now it's okay.
I agree with that. I don't know. I guess no one will ever know what happens with the election because we aren't, like, none of us are a part of that, right?
What do you mean?
None of us are a part of counting votes or whatever.
Yeah, but we can see the audits. Like, okay, so the point that I would make, the biggest claim for me would be that literally Trump appointed judges, people that were put into these places because of Trump, voted against Trump when it relates to this. So again, the claim would either be that he literally appoints corrupt judges that, again, like stole the election, or he lost the election. Which one would we say it is?
So if they were corrupt, then wouldn't he have won the election?
No, not corrupt in his behavior, in his behalf, against him. That's what you're not understanding.
So you're saying he appointed them, like, because he was in office, right?
Yeah, he appointed them into office and they voted against him. So he appointed corrupt judges.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Or he lost the election.
Yeah, I don't know. He could have.
No, which one would it be? Which one? It's one or the other. Either corrupt judges that he appointed or he lost the election. I say he lost.
I mean, yeah, if obviously he's not in office, so yeah.
Yeah, so he lost, right? So Why are we okay with him lying about the election continually and still doing it today? That's literally 3 years later.
I don't know. I don't think he did a bad job when he was in office.
But he's lying about the election right now. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with him literally trying to defraud the United States government elections?
I wouldn't say he's
to undermine our entire democracy. Do you think that's okay?
I don't think he's lying. I think that he is just upset, obviously, that he didn't get reelected.
Okay, that's a bit wild. To say that, just to literally kind of write that off because he's just upset is a bit wild. We're talking years. Don't you like when you get upset? Don't you like simmer down? Like it's been 3 years.
Yeah.
And it's just he's baby raging.
Well, when it comes to having the most power in the country, I mean, it's a little different.
What do you mean?
Like he was president, so it's a little bit more than just like something that happens in our day to day.
What do you mean? Like what specifically? Him baby raging about the election?
Yeah, him being upset about it.
Yeah, but he has no sufficient evidence to indicate that it was stolen from him.
I don't know.
You don't know about what?
Like, I guess his claim was that they miscounted.
Yeah, so no, not they miscounted. His claim is that the election was fraudulent and stolen from him.
Oh yeah, because people were sending in votes from they're sending in votes from deceased people. Like they would get sent ballots and then they would send them in for those people that were deceased. That's what I heard, at least.
Wait, say that one more time.
So people that are deceased, let's say.
Oh, deceased voted? Okay, so this happens in every election. Right, proportionally speaking, it actually happened less in this election comparative to other elections. There were dead people that voted for Trump.
Yeah, I'm sure that happened.
And also, it wasn't tens of millions of people.
Well, yeah, right, but it's not like it was a close election.
Do you understand people vote and then die?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if it relates to this, so clearly speaking, I think that we're going to say here that we have very good evidence to indicate that Trump lost the election, right? So Trump making these claims that, it got stolen from him, we're going to dispute those claims, right?
Sure.
So if we dispute those claims, why would we want to support a candidate that's so anti-democratic? Whenever he literally said at a fucking rally, I'll accept the results of the election if I win. If I win, I promise I'll accept them if I win. Only if I win, I promise.
I don't know. There was a lot better things going on when he was in office than right now.
Really? COVID? 14.8% unemployment?
That's
we
a
have the best
sickness,
employment
though.
numbers. I promise you that. The best employment, 14.8% unemployment. It was the greatest you've ever seen. The greatest economy. I made it all the best. Promise.
That's a sickness, though, so that we have no control over that. And
so we don't have control over the fact that the Russia-Ukraine situation is happening right now, or the fact that OPEC is reducing the supply that they're giving out to other countries.
Right, but Biden doesn't have a connection with any of them anymore, like Trump did.
What connection?
He would go and talk to them and
So Trump would just be like, please just stop. I'm telling you, we want peace. We want peace, liberty, and freedom. I promise you that. I promise you I'll establish that. So he's just going to go there and imagine Putin's just going to be like, okay, Lord Trump, I'm going to stop.
Well, no, I'm not saying that, but I don't know. He claims that he had a better connection than.
He claims he's a better, yeah, of course. Trump claims he's the best at everything. It's the best he's ever seen. I promise you that. Promise you. You think otherwise? Wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So I mean, why are we just taking a claim? If Biden claimed that it was going to be, if he wasn't president, he was like, oh, I would have gotten rid of this. Would you believe that? No. Right?
Gotten rid of what?
Gotten rid of the Russia-Ukraine situation. If he wasn't president and it was happening under Trump's administration, if he made a claim that this wouldn't be the case if he was president because he has better relations with them, right? Would you consider that to be true?
No.
Okay. So why the hell am I going to take this to be consider this to be true?
Because that's what he did when he was in office.
Not really.
No, because I'm not him.
Okay. So if you can't give me evidence of that, then how can you say for any level of probability, right, that this occurred or that this would have occurred? Like, for example, Russia-Ukraine situation happens. What does Trump do in response? What do you think?
If it did happen under him.
Yep. Appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Honestly, I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, no, I either would have, well, I don't know, I guess.
So would he have done the same thing as Biden? Would he have engaged in direct war with Russia? Would he have seceded Ukraine to Russia? Like, what would he have done?
I don't know. I feel like it just wouldn't have happened.
So just Trump being in office, Cheeto Man being in office would just mean that like Putin's like, oh, I'm not gonna invade Ukraine.
That doesn't necessarily mean that, but I feel like it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, why so?
Because he had a connection with him. I don't like. What do you want me to say?
He had a connection. So was this connection relevant in the 2016 election with the over? I mean, David, I appreciate the mirror bloom. Thank you so much. Was this connection there, like when he was winning the election in 2016 with the election interference?
No.
Like, did they have no connection there?
I don't know, not that I know of.
No, so Trump has this great connection, but didn't have a connection in that circumstance.
But that's 4 years later, though.
Yeah, and? So you're saying over the 4 years, he somehow created a great relationship and essentially is like dating Putin now.
Better, dude, a connection can be created in months. It doesn't have to be...
Okay, so how come Biden hasn't created this connection in the 40 plus years?
40?
What? Yeah. He's been in office for 40 years.
4 years.
4D. He's been in Congress?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
And you understand that even his vice president had relations with Putin? So he's had more relations with Putin. If anything, wouldn't it be the case that he has a better relation if we base it upon like how much time they've had together?
So then what do you think? Like, do you think how he...
I think that this is going to happen regardless. I think that it's going to be the case that Russia invades Ukraine regardless of Trump or Biden being president. It just happened to occur now, right?
Okay, so you think how Biden handled it was like how it should have gone?
Appreciate it, Jamie. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. I think that was the best way to handle it. Yeah, actually, I do. Unironically, because like you don't want to engage in direct war. You don't want to secede it to Russia. If you secede it to Russia, it sets precedents for China taking Taiwan, right? If you don't do anything about it, obviously that would happen. If you do something about it in direct war, it starts World War III. We don't want World War III to happen. What's the best way to do this and limit their aggression into Europe? Proxy war.
Sure.
Lend-Lease. Okay. So is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Let me go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates. In the meantime, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. It will help get out to more people. You already know the deal, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because, first of all, we wouldn't be in Ukraine because he would have sat down and talked with Putin the 2 times that he offered to sit down and talk.
Wait, Putin has talked to Biden, and just talking wouldn't change the situation. Appreciate the rose. Thank you so much. What about Trump
Biden never talked to
Putin.
When he said he would sit down and talk, what did he say?
There was like a town hall they were at.
Dude, he can't even walk across the fucking stage. What do you think he's going to say?
He can walk across the stage. You're taking it to a way great extent. I agree that there is a distinction in his mental acuity from like 2008, like when he had his debate with like Paul Ryan versus now. But I don't think that necessarily entails here that he wouldn't have any type of capacity to engage on any type of international affairs. Appreciate the rose. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry. I was talking to someone else. Go ahead. What'd you say?
Yeah, I agree that there's been a distinction in the mental acuity that he had like in 2008 in his debate against like Paul Ryan and like other types of people comparative to now. Right, but I don't think that necessarily means that he has no ability to like engage rationally in any concept. Obviously, he does have the ability to engage rationally. There are just certain circumstances where he does sound like he doesn't know what's going on or sounds a little incoherent, as we would expect any person who's older at specific day to feel that way or to like sound that way.
So first of all, in the Donbass region, they all speak Russian, and this is the region that Russia has already overtaken. We shouldn't be in Ukraine. We shouldn't be fucking with. And second of all, Trump would have never shut down the World Bank. Do you realize every president up till our president now has protected the petrodollar until Biden shut down the World Bank in Russia?
Okay, so I want to relate to a few things. You said that what was the first claim you made before you said shut down the World Bank?
So we shouldn't be in Ukraine, period. Russia's taking the Donbass region. Everybody.
Oh, Donbass region. Okay, so them speaking Russian does not mean it's justified for them to take that fucking region.
So what? Do
you understand that sets precedent? Wait, do you understand that sets precedent? Wait, hold up. Do you understand that sets precedent for countries like China to take Taiwan?
No, it doesn't.
How?
Because they don't speak Ukraine. That we're supporting Nazis to go into fucking to go into a place to fight where people would rather be with Russia.
Wait,
they don't want to be
you said you were supporting Nazis?
Yeah.
Who are the Nazis?
The Azov Battalion.
The who?
Azov Battalion.
And how are we supporting them?
We're directly funding Ukraine.
And how does that support them?
They're fighting with Ukraine.
Yeah, how does that help them?
They're fighting with Ukraine, so
is this money going to them?
They're directly funded by us.
Is this going to no? Okay, so can you give me any source to indicate that to be true?
So, are we giving anything to Ukraine?
Can you give me any evidence that the money is going to this particular battalion?
Dude, where's our money going?
It's lend-lease to Ukraine.
The Azov Battalion is.
Can you give me any evidence that that money is being used in that way?
I guarantee if you follow a dollar across the ocean, you're gonna figure out where the fuck it goes.
Yeah, I guarantee that you're not going to be able to give me a source. It just sounds like a trustmebro.org right now.
So how are they funded? They're fighting for Ukraine. How are they funded?
I don't know. Can you give me any evidence to indicate that it's through the loan from the United States? And do they have to pay it off too? Are they going to pay it off?
Do you think we're going to get any of that money back?
Yes. That's how loans work.
How?
That's how loans work.
How are they going to pay us back?
They wouldn't have engaged in the loan if there wasn't some sort of like ability to ensure it being paid back.
Okay, so what about the petrodollar? What about when we went overseas and took over fucking
Yeah, so where did you get that
Muammar Gaddafi, when we killed Muammar Gaddafi to protect the fucking petrodollar, and now we've shut down the World Bank in Russia so he can't get to his money, and this has actually created a union between 5 fucking countries to create their own petrodollar.
Wait, how do you say that Biden got rid of the quote-unquote petrodollar?
Because he shut down the World Bank in Russia. He cut off Putin's access to his money in the bank to spend.
Yeah, but does that mean he shut down all processes of that World Bank?
What do you mean?
Did Biden shut down all processes of that World Bank?
I don't even processes. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did Biden shut down all of the processes that they engage in?
He cut off Putin's access to his money that's our dollar. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
he cut off Putin, what?
He cut off Putin's access to our dollar.
Yeah, that's not taking us off. That's not taking us off like a quote unquote petrodollar. That means that we had placed upon and again they can still use the American dollar. By the way, I don't know where you got that.
Go look at South Africa. No, they're not using the petrodollar. They can't buy oil with our dollar anymore.
Oh, they can't buy oil, but the people in Russia can still use the American dollar.
Who gives a fuck?
As long as someone's willing to accept
that when we went off gold, the only thing that has let our economy grow since we went off gold is the petrodollar. That's the only reason our economy has grown since we went off gold.
That's factually incorrect. right? Our economy grows mainly now due to institutions, right, and technology, okay? Institutions and technology are the driving forces of property rights and of economic development in our nations, literally established by like most economists would say that, okay? That is literally that's what they would take into account in terms of the production functions. Yeah, it is.
Most economists would tell you that the petrodollar is why our economy has been growing for the past.
That could be a part of it, but like no, the biggest explanation as to why, I appreciate the good afternoon, thank you so much. The wealth of nations is different, right? Is going to be based on institutions, whether they have like different types of like property rights, stuff like that, right? Or it's going to relate to the other thing I just mentioned. So like again, I don't see why we would dispute that. I'm confused.
Because now there's countries that are going off the petrodollar because he shut down the World Bank in Russia. There are other countries taking his same fucking step, using other forms to buy oil. And it's going to get real bad with what just happened to Israel. And if you don't think we're in World War III already,
I have a question. Where did Biden shut down the World Bank?
He shut down the World Bank in Russia. He shut down the World Bank.
But he didn't shut down all of the World Bank. So how does that affect whether or not there's a quote unquote petrodollar, by the way? And by the way, also I wanted to address the gold standard.
Putin has money in the World Bank.
I wanted to address gold standards. So actually gold standards would be devastating to our economy now. If we had a gold standard in between the sorts of transactions, that would actually cause like an issue in terms of transacting currency between nations in terms of trade. It would increase the trade deficits that we have. You understand that, right? So it would actually throw off the rest of the economy if we were to have some type of like gold standard or currency like that in the modern economy. That's why gold standards are not being widely adopted outside of the context of BRICS, right? Because there's actually no basis to control these different types of aspects of the money supply, whether it be through the idea that in the future there's going to be rare earth minerals, like different types of gold and stuff like that's going to be found in terms of asteroid mining, right? Or different types of mining procedures that could impact the supply of gold that we have. Secondly, the idea of the value in gold existing is the same type of notion of value that's behind other types of paper currencies. So to indicate
you're
that
talking
one
about
would
mining asteroids. Nobody's fucking mining asteroids. There's
that's
only
the future.
So much gold
that's what's going to
Earth.
happen in the future. I'm
that's
giving.
Not what's happening now, though.
I'm giving examples, right? I already gave you an example of what's happening right now. Wait, I gave you an example of what's happening right now. I told you that it would literally devastate the trade deficits when it relates to these different types of nations. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. It would make trade with particular countries not even profitable because of the how you have to like move gold around, right? That costs money. There's transaction costs attributed with the movement of those different types of commodities.
We never moved gold around. It was.
Yes, you do. What are you talking about?
No, you don't.
If you have a gold standard, you have to move gold around depending on whether or not they want to have access to something that they can give for the dollar. Because if they give you a dollar, you have to be able to give gold, right?
No, you
for
don't.
that dollar because it's backed by that gold.
The dollar is a note.
Yes, you do.
This is the value of the dollar. It equals this much gold. You don't give them a fucking piece of gold for a dollar. Like nobody was moving fucking gold when
I'm giving an example. You'd have to give the equivalent to a dollar.
We was on the gold standard for hundreds of years, and nothing fucking went wrong.
No, again, I am describing that there were types of errors that existed. There were things that were wrong because there was a lower level of efficiency that existed, right? Because there's less effective allocation due to a greater level of transaction costs, and transaction costs inhibit actually engaging in involuntary transactions.
What was the big giant difference that happened when we went off the gold standard?
Well, the giant difference is that we are in fiat currency and that we have the ability to like change the different types of money supply based upon what we want.
What happened in reality that you're saying like that this was this big fucking, it's so hard to, it's so hard to comprehend and we got to move around all this gold. So what happened when we went off the gold standard that was the big difference in our society?
Increased efficiency of trade because there's less transaction costs.
So now trucks drive easier on the road?
No, you don't have to transfer the different types of reserves in terms of gold and other stuff like that add transaction costs to engaging in trade.
Listen, so it was all in a vault. The gold was all in a vault, and the dollar was equal to a certain amount of gold.
Yeah, if you engage in trade with another country, right, you're going to be engaging in trade at a very high levels of currency.
When they want to pay bills, then they ship gold. That's it. Like there was no shipping gold nowhere. because we collect gold.
You understand that, yes, there has been shipping of gold throughout all the context of history when we were on the gold standard, because that was how they got...
I understand that.
That was actually how they destabilized, say, the gold standard. I'm pretty sure it was in France, because they completely got rid of all of the gold that was in that particular... I don't know if it was France or if that was in the US, but all the gold that was in that particular... that they had in that country, because, right, there was like an over amount of currency that they had, and like a surplus amount of currency.
No, that was probably us. That's the problem. We created too much currency, and we had to go off the gold standard to a fiat currency to compensate. And because gold bricks would be $100,000 now, that's the thing. Like, that's what the difference is. I mean, it's not complicated. If a gold brick is $100,000, how hard is it to carry a gold brick? You're carrying around $100,000. You really complaining about that?
We're talking on the scales of like billions of dollars. I'm saying this does add transaction costs.
So if you're carrying billions of dollars,
dude, hold up, listen to me, man.
In a bag, and you're carrying a brick of gold, what's more?
It's done digitally now.
And it'd be done digitally now anyway.
If it was relating to gold standard, there would still be you'd still have to have a movement of that different types of currency. Right. There are broader transaction costs when it relates to gold. Literally ask any economist. They would tell you that literally there are larger transaction costs when it relates to the distributing of gold that it would relate to different types of paper currencies. Okay. That's like a fact of reality. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How many planets are in the solar system?
Planets in the solar system? Fucking countless. I don't fucking know.
You don't know?
Way beyond my fucking... You know how many planets are in the solar system?
Yes, 8. Can you name some of the other planets?
Oh, in our solar system?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's Earth. I don't care. Pluto. It don't matter to me. Why?
Pluto's not a planet.
What's that got to do with What's that got to do with Trump?
No, I'm just okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is this map representing?
Can you tell me how many continents there are?
There's 7 continents. What's that got to do with Trump? What does that got to do with Trump?
How many letters are in the English alphabet?
Do you support Trump or Biden? Like, what are you asking me? Like, what? This is dumbass questions. Who cares how many letters are in the fucking alphabet? I mean, I could say the alphabet backwards when I'm drunk. That don't mean shit.
I'm just asking how many letters
You realize I'm 40 years old, dude. I've been fucking doing DUI tests for 20 years.
Okay. What temperature does water freeze in Fahrenheit?
32 degrees. Dude, you're asking me stupid ass questions. Seriously. This has nothing to do with Trump and Biden. Biden can't walk across the stage. They're trying to get him prepared to walk across the stage to do any kind of debate.
Do you think Biden would be able to tell me how many planets there are?
Absolutely not.
I would actually put money on the fact that he could name the planets.
You'd lose your fucking money.
I would put a few $100s on that if you're down.
You'd lose your money. Dude,
like, I mean, fuck, we couldn't be able to ask him, but if I could ask Biden the planets, I think he would be able to answer.
Not even talk. Are you kidding me?
What's up?
You're comparing fucking... Biden can't even talk. He can't even give a speech.
Biden can't
why didn't
give
he
speeches.
do any debates? Why didn't he do any debates with Trump?
He did do debates. Did you watch in 2020? He did many debates with Trump.
Why didn't he come out of his house?
He told Trump to stop yapping. I think he
Why
took a
didn't
W.
he come out of his house to do a debate?
Trump is the one that literally is the one not going to the Republican debates. He's actually the one that turned away from the debates. We haven't gotten to the point where there are going to be the debates for 2024.
No, I'm saying
and when there is going to be the debates for 2024, Biden is going to show up and
Trump's
dunk on Trump.
Trump's not going to the debates because they fucking charged him and they want to keep him in New York.
No, Trump is not going to the debates because he's winning in the polls. That's what he said.
They put charges on him literally.
No.
When he was supposed to campaign.
No, stop. He instead went to Tucker Carlson's. And on X or Twitter, he did like an interview.
He would be stupid to do a debate with any of these fucking clowns.
So now you've moved the goalpost.
No, I'm saying in 16. Why didn't Biden come out of his house to do a debate?
Biden did
his
do
basement.
Debate. He did do debate.
Out of his basement to do a debate.
Biden literally did do debate.
And you said unemployment was at 16.8%. That's bullshit.
14.8.
14. Hell no.
Look up the Fred. Go to the Fed, the Federal Reserve of St. Louis, right? And it will tell you the numbers on unemployment. It will tell you it went to 14.8%. That is a fact. Okay, that's a fact. You can have your feelings. By the way, I can't hear you when you're on pause. You can have your feelings, but those are the facts, right? And facts are over feelings. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes.
Okay, you go to it because I can't look it up and still talk to you. Look,
I've already looked at it. I already know the answer.
Well, because it was either under COVID or it was during Obama.
It was COVID. It was COVID. It was not.
Okay, it's during COVID, so everybody can't go to fucking work. Like nobody's allowed to go to work.
So you said it was false. I said that it was correct. I agree that it's caused by COVID.
Why are you even bringing that up, though? Let me finish. That's bullshit, dude.
Because here, I'll explain why. Because I'm showing the absurdity in just saying because two things are associated, that means that one caused the other. I'm showing that just because it is the case that there was 14-point unemployment. Let me finish. Just because I'm saying that just because there is 14.8% unemployment under Trump's administration, that does not mean it was caused by Trump. In the same way that just because there are gas prices right now at the particular rates in which they are, does not mean it's caused by Biden. Okay, so I'm demonstrating hold on, let me finish.
We're not drilling.
Let me finish. I am demonstrating a correlation causation fallacy. Okay, we are drilling. We have the same types of federal production of oil as we did under Trump's administration.
Type of production, but we're not drilling any new wells. He won't release.
We are. We actually are. That's false. They brought back the federal lands.
Where are we drilling at?
Federal lands. They literally brought back contracts on federal lands.
When?
This was like 2022.
There's nobody drilling in America right now. I drive.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. That is a lie. That is a fucking lie.
Dude, I go across the fucking country every day. There's nobody drilling in America.
I promise you there are people drilling in
America.
Where
are they drilling? Where are they drilling?
They're drilling all over America.
Okay, look, Ohio, the places to drill are Ohio, North Dakota, Texas. There's nobody drilling.
What do you mean there's nobody drilling? They literally are drilling. What are you talking about?
Okay, where are they drilling? Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Where are they drilling?
Again, these are the places show you the field production of oil.
Dude, they're pumping the oil out of the ground because those are the wells that are already there. They're not actually drilling new wells. He's not releasing fucking. You're saying he's releasing these leases. He's not.
They did. They did for federal lands. I told you in 2022 they did.
No, he's not releasing any fucking leases on federal land.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I'll show you.
They said they did. They didn't.
They did. They did. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much.
Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah. I've already done that.
There's nobody drilling in America. I mean, I know wildcats. They're not working.
Again, I don't know what you're specifically talking about, but it is the case that the Biden administration has approved 6,430 permits for oil and gas drilling on public lands in the first 2 years of his presidency.
You know what an oil drill worker is? Do you know what an oil?
Did you hear what I just said, sir?
Look, do you know what an oil drill worker is?
Hey, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, my guy. Okay? Did you hear me? Okay. Yeah. So it is the case that federal data shows that the Biden administration 2 years, outpacing the Trump administration's 6,172 drilling permit approvals in the first 2 years. So actually speaking, Biden literally gave more fucking permits on federal lands than even Trump did.
I see where you're wrong now.
How?
You don't understand what the fuck you're looking at.
What? What do you mean?
Just approving permits doesn't mean anybody can drill. You can't drill where there's no fucking oil. You can't drill where there's no oil.
These are permits for drilling.
Yeah, exactly. I can give you a permit to go drill oil in Illinois. You gonna find any?
Again, they're giving permits to drill in places in which you can drill. You understand? In order to get a permit, you have to go through a process.
Permits where there's fucking oil. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean? Give me proof of that.
Because I drive across the country every day. I know wildcats. I'm friends with people that work on oil rigs.
Give me proof of
that? They
are
out of work. You can go to fucking look up the wildcats that are working. I mean, where are the fucking oil workers at?
Yeah, so they're in drilling permits in Wyoming, several hundred in each Utah, Colorado, California, Montana, and North Dakota.
No, they're not. They're not drilling in the canyons of fucking Utah anymore. Bullshit.
That is claimed that
oil. They're pumping oil. That's
there's
it. There's
hundreds, a few hundred from public lands in the first 2 years of Biden's administration. Yes. Do you want the source for this?
Just because he approved permits doesn't mean you can find oil. You got to go where you
give
can
me
find
evidence
oil.
that they didn't find oil. Because again, the same thing can then also be applied to Trump, who gave less permits. Okay, so give me evidence to believe that Trump's permits ended in place of oil and Biden's permits did not.
You can simply go to the places where there's oil. Where
Can you just
oil
give me
is
any type of
present,
overall
and
source,
you can
man?
see that people aren't working.
Because you're just making a
dude,
claim.
I've been to all these places.
This is an
you can
anecdotal
go to Vernon,
claim, dude.
Utah. You can go to Vernon, Utah. That's where the oil's at in Utah. You're talking about Utah? I've been to Vernon, Utah.
That's where they have a few hundred of them.
They're not fucking drilling. They're not.
They have a few hundred in Utah.
Yeah, they're not drilling in Vernon. Yeah, they approve fucking oil. They approve the permits where there's no fucking oil. That's what I'm telling you.
Can you give me evidence of that claim?
Utah.
Can you? This is a trustmebro.org. Can you please give me evidence?
Dude, just look up where the fucking permits are at.
I did. I literally am.
Ask on your page if anybody knows a wildcat. If anybody knows anybody that's working on an oil rig. Because when the workers go and they set up the rig to drill, right? Once they set up the rig to drill, they set up the
for the
pump.
people who do know them.
Once they leave,
hold on, stop. For the people that do know the drillers, are they doing any type of drilling in the United States right now? Most sense, yes. There's some saying no's. I think people who are not a part of that are also doing that. But yeah, some people are saying yes. Most people are saying yes.
Where are they at where they're drilling?
Utah drilling, they said. That's one person. North Carolina. Texas, Louisiana. Vernal, Utah. Alaska, West Texas,
well, I've been through Vernon,
Colorado, Michigan, Montana, Missouri. Okay, dude, come on, man.
What the fuck
Indiana.
they talking about? Because I drive through these places, I ain't seeing these motherfuckers, and why?
Okay, so can you give me any type of overall evidence?
Out of work.
Can you give me
I don't
any
even
type
know
of
what the
overall
fuck
evidence?
they talking about. Just look up fucking all you. Okay, I don't know where to look it up. Where you go to look up your
AKP? What?
The St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Go on Fred and look up rig workers and see if they're.
It's not going to give me good data on that right now. I don't even know where you would see that, which ones actually ended up in oil and which ones did not. All we can do is look at the overall amount of, permits that are given to the population in terms of these federal lands. And literally the first 2 years of Biden's administration, there was literally more permits given, right, to federal lands than Obama. I mean, not Obama's, Trump's.
But you realize, during the press conferences, they were asking, why aren't you giving us permits to drill where there's fucking oil? And she's telling people, I don't tell him where to give the permits. So he's dependent on his press secretary to answer these dumbass
I think
questions.
they're talking about all different, and every single president does worry on press secretaries. That's literally how everything works, right? And it is the case that I think they're asking about some places where there is oil, right? Because there's some places where there's oil where they don't go to, and actually some of those are based upon ecological concerns.
But it's everywhere. It's everywhere where there's oil, and that's why the gas is so fucking high. I mean, if we was drilling our own oil,
no, the gas is very high. No, hold on. The gas is very high because of issues with Russia-Ukraine situation and in terms of OPEC. You understand that OPEC limited their supply that they're giving to other nations.
I understand that, but why are we so begging to OPEC if we have our own oil?
Well, that's
what I'm saying. If we're drilling over here.
Oh, your content got flagged, man. I have to go into the next person. Screen, keep sharing the live copy link, send it to a few friends. We're gonna go into the next person, everyone. All right, for some reason it didn't accept this person. We're gonna go to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Why was he flagged? I don't know. It doesn't tell me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
To an extent. Not 100%, but I believe in the majority of the things that he's for. And I did have a question. So you were saying earlier that Biden's competency is maybe lower than 2008, but you don't think it's drastically lower or concerning?
I think it's concerning, but like I just don't think it means that we should vote for Trump.
Got you. So then,
like, I would prefer that Biden isn't president, but it is the case that I don't like Trump, right? And Trump is worse than Biden, so obviously I'd go with Biden over Trump. But I would prefer, Biden's not president. I would prefer we actually have age limits, right? Like, and who can be president, which would apply to both Trump and Biden, and say that they can't be president.
Got you. So did you see when Biden was with the Pope and what he asked the Pope?
Nope.
He literally, basically, he told the Pope that he was acknowledging the fact that he was the most famous African-American baseball player. So you don't believe that that is grounds for being less competent than Trump?
Can you give me a source on that?
There's a video. I can try. Are you able to accept videos and messaging?
Yeah, you can send videos through messages, through DMs. Okay. Not through the chat, though. The chat doesn't, you can't click on anything in the chat.
Okay.
It doesn't let you.
I probably have to follow you to send it. I tried to message it to you earlier, but I'll try to after this.
For sure.
But I don't agree that Biden's any better.
They just paused out everyone. In the meantime, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, keep sharing the live, copying the link, everyone. Helps get out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares, everyone. Again, everyone, if you want to help the lives out, make it more, she just left, by the way. Make it more entertaining. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, actually. We're gonna spam that shit now. Again, everyone, if you spam that, it does go out to more people. I don't know if there's a reputable source for that. I don't think there is, but we're gonna go on to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2004.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Me personally? Fuck Trump. Okay, wait, don't.
All right, I am just looking for people who disagree. Appreciate coming on, though. Just looking for people who disagree, everyone. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. If you want to support me, everyone, Cash App and Venmo is in the bio, everyone. If you do want to support, I get 100% of the proceeds that do come on there. Whereas here on TikTok, I only get like 33% of the proceeds, 33 to 50%, depending on whether or not you buy that on like tablet or whether or not you buy it on the computer. But yeah, everyone, again, also, if you do want to support me, subscribe if you haven't already. Get access to the sub only like emotes. Plus we can run up the reach for the stars. We're number 8 in the world right now for subs. Literally number 8 in the world right now, which is absolutely wild. I really appreciate everyone so much. We're about like 700 behind first place, though. I don't know if we're going to be able to get up there, but I really would appreciate y'all if you sub, everyone. Y'all already know the deal. Okay, for some reason, it's not going on to this person. We're going to go on to the next. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Y'all know we're just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 28.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. This is the first time I've had an opposing debate with you before, because normally I agree with you, but...
For sure. So why do you support Trump?
Well, for many reasons. For one, he shut the border. The illegals that's been pouring in by the border did not come when Trump was in office. As well as he's sharp as a tack. Biden's got dementia. He cannot form one sentence that makes sense. I promise, nobody can look up a sentence that's in the last 4 years of him that even can make sense. He's not even running the country. That's
not true. That's not true. You easily can. But then also, have you ever dealt with someone who has dementia? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
My great-granny has dementia.
Really? Because my grandma died of dementia, right? And I don't know. For anyone that's actually been around someone that has dementia, right, the symptoms that you would see within the context of someone like Biden versus someone like my grandma who actually had dementia would be vastly different. I think it's pretty clear that there has been mental degradation of Biden over the years, but it is not in relation to what you would see from dementia. Dementia is significantly worse, right, for an individual's mental state comparative to what we see currently with Biden. And I don't think that psychological professionals are out there diagnosing Biden with dementia. I think the claims that Biden has dementia are just coming from people in the general populace because they just have associations with what dementia is rather than true experience.
Well, for one, he was on stage and he had said that this is the biggest election fraud we've ever had in history, and they cut his mic as soon as he said that. He said that on stage because, of course, the election was stolen.
Oh, okay. So what substantial evidence do you have that the election was stolen? Because if we look at like the federal
because
courts,
there were several
right?
cases in each state that went through court processes.
Yeah. And thank you for the cuddle with you. I appreciate it. And actually, all of them literally did not vote in favor of the election being stolen. And a lot of them were Trump appointed judges. So by the way, here's the question. If they voted against Trump and voted against Trump, right, and they're Trump appointed judges, it's either the case that Trump lost the election or he appointed corrupt judges. Which one do you think it is?
Or they just don't want to be, have their reputation tainted. So,
Karen, thank you so much for the cash app. Thank you so much.
There's so many Trump haters. So, if they're going to agree with Trump, it could hurt them politically or any other way.
They were appointed by Trump.
A big reason. Yes, but it turns out that so many people hate Trump that have high positions and stuff, they may turn their back on Trump so they don't, have things in, like ruining their political stance or whatever.
So they're corrupt.
Well, no.
So Trump appoints corrupt judges?
I would say scared.
So Trump appoints judges in which do things that are wrong. Like they stole the election. So they did things to quote unquote steal the election under your view, right? And you think that they are good judges that Trump appointed?
I'll give you one big reason that's a fact that no one can deny about that. Okay, when you do an election, they're supposed to stay all night continuously until the election is over. Big thing. They shut down an election in one of the cities and closed it down and would not allow the election officials to come in there and watch all night. They were on camera carrying boxes and boxes of fake votes. Okay, that was
Angie.
video.
Thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Could you send me the particular place that you're referencing? I would love to see. And also, by the way, did any court case find this to lead to substantial evidence to indicate the election was stolen?
Yes.
So which court case?
I don't know the exact one, but I know what I'm talking about. I can send it to you later. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, I would love to see that court case because that would have been, national news.
Because it is, but the mainstream media is the left. So
yeah, no, it would have been national news regardless of whether or not the mainstream media reported on it. I mean, it would have been all over, plastered over TikTok. It would have been all over X. We would have heard about it everywhere.
We did, but I mean, only if you watching private journalists.
I do watch private journalists. I do listen to people across the entire ideological spectrum when it relates to news.
I'm just saying, because the mainstream media is left owned and they will not tell you the truth.
The mainstream media will not say, okay, sure, I don't really watch the mainstream media. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you assuming that I am?
Like all the media you see on national TV everywhere that people see, generally they're left owned. The left controls most of the media besides Fox and some other, stations. But even not all of Fox is even, part left. It's not completely right, Fox is, but generally it's more
sure,
right.
There's more people on the left, but why does that mean anything?
Because they censor what you're going to learn.
So what are we censoring? What's being censored?
Nothing's being censored. It's just not being shown.
So if it's not being, okay, that would be censored.
They don't want to tell you anything that you need to know.
Like what?
They want to distract you or just talk about other things or against the other party.
What do they not want to show you?
I mean, it's obvious each party has something to say about the other, but...
What do they not want to show you?
Plenty of things they don't want to tell you. Like how the border's coming in and how,
I've heard about the border so many times. Like, how much I've heard about the border in the past week or so? It's like a lot.
Yeah, right? Everybody talks about it. It's a big deal.
Yeah, so if everyone's talking about it, I think they're talking. I think they're talking about it.
Because Trump closed it down. He didn't let no one in.
That's not true.
Got immigrants and criminals.
That's actually false. Yo, Taylor, that's completely false.
Over here with drugs and rapists.
By the way, that's completely false. There were proportionally speaking people who are undocumented still coming into the country. There were people who were coming in through legal processes. There were people that were coming in through asylum processes, even under the context of Trump's administration. There was actually if we look at the estimates for the population when it relates to the undocumented immigrants in America, we have similar rates when it relates to Trump and Biden. Literally the exact same.
No way.
Yes, I'm not joking. I can show you the estimates. Look up undocumented immigrant population, right? And you can compare, right, the estimates that they have for Trump's administration versus the Biden administration currently.
To say that they know what they're talking about? What if they're just left controlled?
I mean, well, then you'd have to show me that conflict of interest. That would be within the context of conflict of interest. And also, you can't just deny everything by saying it's left controlled.
I know. I'm just saying generally.
Sure.
But Biden really does have dementia. And he was on stage when he put the Medal of Honor. Trump did it on video. He was up
so
there.
Can you tell me what dementia is?
Dementia is you have mental delusions, you have confusion, you don't know what's going on, how you get there, where you get there. My granny has very much dementia. Her dog, she lives with my Aunt Sandy now. I used to be her caretaker, but now my aunt is, and
I don't know where you got like the delusions part, but it is the case that people can't remember to the same degree. People have issues in terms of memory. I appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'll tell you where that comes from, because she believes that her dog, my aunt wouldn't let her stay anymore with her because the dog kept biting them. So we got her a little stuffed animal 3D thing that looks exactly like her. We used her picture, and she thinks it's real. She don't know why it doesn't walk or eat or nothing. She thinks it's a real animal, and she thinks they bring dead bodies through the house, and she just thinks crazy things. And she's got very bad dementia, and it's a lot worse in the evening and not.
I have a question. How many continents are there?
How many continents? 7.
Can you name them?
Of course. But why?
I'm just curious. People in the chat are asking.
Well, they're dumb. That's just all they want to go for. I mean, when people disagree with you politically, they just say stupid shit to deflect from the truth.
So what are the continents?
I am not going to entertain them and name all these continents.
Do you know how many planets there are?
Of course.
Can you name the planets?
Of course.
You can go ahead.
I'm not going to entertain them and name the planets. Of course I know the planets. I'm 28 years old.
Yeah, so what are they?
I'm not naming them for them. Because that's stupid.
I mean, why not?
Because
it would just take a second.
I'm not here to entertain them, to humor them.
It would take 15 seconds.
A typical leftist. That's not.
Yeah, so I mean, do we want to? Are you going to name the planets?
I know the planets.
Are you going to name them real quick?
Jupiter, Venus, Earth, Mars, Neptune, Pluto. Well, Pluto's not counted anymore. Okay.
What else? You got 5.
I'm not going to Google. I'm not on Google. Anyway,
You gave 5, by the way.
We'll start with Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. And no, I didn't Google.
I think it cut out. Maybe it did. But all right. So sure.
Jupiter, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto.
Well, Pluto doesn't count, but sure. So yeah, sure. So do you want to? Let's go back to the idea. So why do we support Trump again?
Well, because he's a no-nonsense, no bullshit kind of guy, and that's why the left doesn't like him, because they can't control him. Like they can Biden. Biden's a puppet. Trump's not, and that's the big reason they hate him.
So if Trump is a no-nonsense type of guy, how come he still believes the election is stolen?
Do what?
If Trump is a no-nonsense type of guy, how come he believes the election was stolen?
If he's a what kind of guy?
If he's a no bullshit type of guy, how come he still believes the election is stolen?
That doesn't make sense. If he's a no kind of bullshit guy, why does he think the election's stolen? That doesn't make sense.
How does that not make sense?
I mean, if he's a no bullshit guy.
Yeah, but like that's bullshit. We know that claim is false.
It's not false because, I mean, the videos of them not electing the electric, they're supposed to be officials that do the elections, you know, and they're supposed to be able to see and watch the entire thing. They made them leave, said they were shutting down for the night, and they did not shut down all night
You
long.
forgot, you haven't showed me where yet, though.
Votes. But I will.
Okay. So, I mean, sure. So,
it's true. I mean, I watched the video of them doing it.
Well, I'd have to
Carrying
see.
in the votes in the middle of the night. I mean, it's not a lie. And it's not debunked.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them have, right? Because if we're relating to these different types of court cases, again, Trump appointed judges, right? They literally voted.
All states. Now, some states voted it wasn't true, but other states that had those cases with the judges said it was true.
That the election was stolen?
Yes.
Name the court.
Because, I mean, them doing that, not allowing the officials
Taylor,
to
name the court.
I will. I mean, there's.
Go ahead. By the way, when you're paused, I can't hear you. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Go ahead and name one court.
I'm not sure. I'd have to Google it because there's several.
Go ahead. You can go Google it if you like. I'll give you time. In the meantime, everyone, while she Googles it, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Get it out to more people. Make the live more entertaining. Keep sharing the live copy link. Send it to a few friends. Also, if you do like the content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. You can also, in the meantime, while there's an intermission, check out my videos I just posted if you would like to do so. I'm kind of trying to get back into posting. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, if you do want to get access, or if you do want to like help me out, I have like a live clips thing. So if you watch the live and you see anything that's funny in my Discord, there's a live clips thing where you can like send live clips, and then I sometimes use some of them for videos. If you would like to see that, everyone. But yeah, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up?
It's going to take some more time to find that than just a few minutes.
Okay.
Because, you know, it's been a while, so it's not going to be recent on Google, but I will find it and send it to you.
Okay, for sure.
And maybe join another day and tell you later on.
Yeah, for sure. I can follow you right now, and then you can come on a later day if you'd like. Appreciate the Gamer Cat. Thank you so much. Just make sure to remind me that you came on and wanted to talk about Trump.
I will, but this is a friendly debate for me, so I've no hate or nothing.
For sure. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Let's run it the fuck up, everyone. We're going to be on for another hour and 30 minutes, or 2 hours, I actually want to go, everyone. For the last hour of the live, we will be turning on sub-only chat. So if you do want to have access to the sub-only chat that I put on for the last hour of my live every single day, subscribe to me if you haven't already, everyone. There's actually a sub fest going on right now, so it's cheaper to sub. Plus, everyone, we're fucking running up the leaderboards. We're number 8 in the world right now for subs. So if you do want to support, it's one of the best ways to do so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you tell me which of the referring to the last person who was up there, can you tell me which of the ones didn't prove?
You talking about in terms of the court cases?
Yes.
Literally like all of them.
That didn't
Literally all
prove
of them.
that it was false.
Literally like all of them. Like
Okay,
almost every
name
single
them.
one.
Name them.
Like, you want me to name the 60 plus court cases?
Yes.
I don't have all of them off the top of my head.
That's what I thought.
can find them though.
But yet you expect everybody else to
Thank you
just
so much.
answer your speech just like that right there. And
Ronnie,
no,
I
it
never
didn't happen
asked her
that
to
way.
know off the top of her head. I gave her time to search it up. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. But I can name a lot of them. I mean, there were like 60 plus of them, right? But if you want me to search up like the particular counties they're in, I can.
And you're going to find you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Okay, then why are we still going through this in court?
Well, because there isn't evidence for it. I appreciate the Amanda. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. There literally isn't. Can you provide me any substantial evidence that indicates that that it was stolen?
I don't need to. Can you provide me evidence that it was or was not stolen?
Yeah. So yes, I absolutely can. Right. First of all, we can relate to the idea that. Yeah, I can. First of all, we can
Tell me
relate
your
to the idea.
resources.
Yeah, I will. Right, that we can relate to institutions, particularly that indicate to us that again there was like actually less fraud in this election comparative to other types of elections. I can send you a source on that. Secondly, I can send you a Reuters fact check that relates to like the different types of dismissed courts when it relates to like to the election. I can give you the title for that if you would like, right? Or I could give you other types of things in which also reference that as well. Would you like that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so there's also the campaign legal center regarding the lawsuits of the 2020 elections. You can look that up, campaignlegal.org. You can also look up Reuters.com. The title is "Fact Check Courts Have Dismissed Multiple Lawsuits of Alleged Electoral Fraud Presented by the Trump Campaign." I can continue to go when it relates to that if you'd like.
No, I will look them up and check them out.
For sure.
And I'm not a kid, thank you. I'm over 50 years old.
Who said you were a kid?
Somebody in the comments.
They're probably trolling.
Yeah, probably. Okay, I will look that up. Thank you.
For sure, man. Appreciate it. Have a good day, bro.
You too, bro.
All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Again, only send a guest request. If you do disagree, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to the next person. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, man, I'm 31.
For sure. Do you think that, do you support Trump?
I do. I do support Trump.
Why so?
Man, personal experience, my life was a lot better. I could afford things. It was easier to find a job. And I liked how he...
Do you hear that extra voice?
I do. That is not on my end.
That's not me either. Whoever's that extra voice, can you leave the live real quick? I think they did. That was really weird. By the way, people in the chat won't hear that voice, so they're going to think that we're a little delulu for that, but you can continue.
That's all right. Yeah, but like I said, my personal experience made me a Trump supporter. It was, and I don't know about the, like how many people actually got jobs. Do you use BLS as a source?
Yeah, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, absolutely.
Okay. In March 2022, there was a large drop in available jobs.
Yeah, because of COVID.
Yep, and then another in 2023.
Wait, are you talking about 2022 or 2020? Sorry.
2023 in February.
No, March. The March claim. Was that 2020 or 2022?
2022.
Oh, 2022. Okay, so can you give me research on that? That relates to, like, where's the title for the BLS thing?
Yeah, it was, on BLS.
All right. Yeah, so the unemployment rate, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so unemployment rate, BLS. All right, let's look this up real quick. Oh, did you hear that person again?
I did.
Unemployment was the highest it's ever been. That's not true. No, it was not the highest. The highest was under the Great Depression. Hey, can you tell me what your name is so I can add you up like legitimately? Because people in the chat can't hear you.
Yeah, it's just Tarantino.
No, the other person, not you, Tarantino. The other person. Yeah, can you just tell me what your name is so that I can add you up? I'm sorry, bro. Can you please just let me know so that I can add you up? Can you please just let me know so that I can add you up? I didn't mean for that to happen. Can you tell me your name so that I can add you up, please? You're not even connected to the live. So can you please tell me what your name is so that I can add you up, or I'm going to have to restart my... Your name is what? I didn't hear your... What'd you say? What is your name, man? Please tell me your name. Dogs? Josh. Okay, so Josh, back out and send a guest request back and I'll accept you up, okay? Oh, you don't know how to back that out. Okay, so Hey man, if you don't back out right now because there's a glitch right now, I'm going to restart my guest box. So can you please back out so that I can add you back on, Josh? Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't know why. No, dude, back out. Oh my, I'm sorry, chat. I probably sound so delulu right now. I'm so sorry, everyone.
I think they can hear him. I think
they can't hear him. They can't. Josh, did you leave? Okay, I think he left.
No disrespect. Josh kind of reminded me of an uncle that I used to have.
Yeah. I don't see Josh in the guest box either. Okay, Josh is just something's happening to Josh. Okay. Continue with what you're saying, Tarantino.
So yeah, man. I mean, my personal experience, I'm watching him on TV. He already had money, which was nice to know that he was maybe in a part of his life where he wanted to make a change to the world instead of sitting back and collecting millions.
Who's collecting millions?
Oh, Donald Trump. How he sat back and pretty much, made his multi-million or billion-dollar industry. And he didn't need to be president just to make money. I thought that was cool.
Okay, so I don't see why this is reason to support Trump in terms of presidency.
In my experience in politics, I wanted to see something different. I wanted to see somebody that's not necessarily a politician. People call them puppets and everything, but they're more.
He is a politician now, right?
He is 100% now. He still reminds me of a regular guy though. Still.
By the way, Josh, send a guest request back. I don't see you in the guest box, Josh. Really confused with that, but okay. So thank you, Zach. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I'm really confused with your point, to be honest. So do we want to? So you're saying that he's a regular guy? I don't see why you'd say he's a regular guy when he literally has billions of dollars, right? I don't see why we would say he's a regular guy when he's currently a politician. I don't see why we'd say he's a regular guy when there were more indictments under his administration than any other administration throughout all of American history, even people like Nixon, right? So I don't see good reason to indicate to you he's just some random person, or that he even is leading to less corruption. If anything, there's more corruption under his worldview, even relating to his own appointed people, right? Mike Pence is corrupt under his view. Bill Barr is corrupt under his view. All the federal judges that he put into place that literally argued against him when it relates to the courts are all corrupt under his view. So he appointed lots of administrators corrupt even under his own notion of corruption.
Wow. Yeah. And at first I didn't really support Trump. I thought he was full of himself, and, I'm just, as a voter, looking for somebody that I can relate to, in my personal opinion. Not that I can relate to him having millions, but he's somebody that I felt like I could trust more. And I feel like that's why he has my support. Is I can personally relate to the guy, and, we're all just trying to survive. And he just seems a lot less sketchy. And I know what you're saying, but more money, more problems, as far as his indictments and stuff like that.
Yeah, so, how do you feel about the election, too? The fact that do you think that it was stolen?
Well, I heard your debate earlier, and honestly, in my opinion, I don't think there's any way we could go back. If it was tampered with, then, I feel like whoever was tampering with it did a good job at covering their tracks. So
I thought Democrats were incompetent, though. So how can Democrats simultaneously be incompetent and so competent that they stole the election with no one noticing?
Yeah, man, that is wild. That is wild. So, yeah, and I'm also, when I say I'm a Trump supporter, it's hard for me to say that I'm a Republican or a Democrat. More like I'm just a voter, just a guy, 9 to 5, blue collar type, 9 to 5 working, not minimum wage, but, I make less than $100,000 a year. And, so, yeah, I don't consider myself Democrat or Republican. And honestly, I'm not even that schooled up when it comes to the election and who Trump even who did Trump blame on the election being tampered with, and the Democrats?
Yeah, so he claims that Democrats, right, stole the election, right? Claims like that, like Biden stole the election. Those are the claims. And we see absolutely no substantial evidence for those claims. Like literally, again, people who were literally appointed by Trump, right, did not even indicate this to be true within the context of these elections, or not elections, these contexts, these court cases, even considering that Trump put them into their position of power. Okay. That's not something that we would expect, right? Especially every single one.
Okay. Well, hey man, I appreciate you always, and it's good to get my knowledge up with you, Parker. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Have a great time.
Yep, later.
All right, everyone, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. You already know the deal, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Come on, say, oh, it's not staying on, everyone. I'm trying to fix this real quick, everyone. But my light is just like super weird today. All right. We're going to the next person. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live copy link. Send it to a few friends. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, we got to go to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. I don't see where Josh is. I want to talk to Josh, but he's not in the guest box, y'all. Come on, please stop shutting off. Oh my gosh. I need to get a better Type-C cable, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, 46.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, he seemed to do a lot more than the Bidens are doing for the country. We all had a little bit more money in our pockets, and I know he's not perfect, but he can't be bought. He didn't even take the salary.
Yeah, so then why did he spend 144? Yeah, so then why do you spend $144 million of taxpayer money on golf trips that were a lot of the times at his own businesses like Mar-a-Lago? He spent way more money than Obama did, even over 8 years. In 8 years, Obama in the golf trips would go to 100% military ones, right? Things that would be relevant to actually being president of the United States, and spent $80 billion over 8 years. Trump in 4 years runs $144 million, even at all these different private events. So how could we take that seriously in terms of the $400,000 salary that he gave up? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Given that he spent hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money.
They all do it. They all spend taxpayer money sooner or later at some point. But he was doing better for the country overall.
And how do we know that to be true? Thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Because, everything has gone upside down. Ever since Biden got in.
Like what?
I don't know. Everything, man. Look at the price of eggs right now. Everything. It's harder to live.
How do we know that's caused by Biden?
Because he said he was going to raise taxes, and he did. Everything that he says he's
taxes
done.
Didn't cause these egg prices.
Okay.
Right. The egg prices are caused by like gas and other types of stuff in the broader economy. I appreciate the autumn leaves. Thank you so much, which is also applicable.
Everything's gone up.
Diesel, yeah, but how do you know it's caused by Biden?
Because it wasn't like, look at the price of gas when he wasn't in. Under Trump, it was cheaper.
Yeah, so
everything was cheaper.
This is what's called the correlation causation fallacy. So just because it is the case that these two events.
Now.
Yes, it actually is. This is actually commonly brought up in statistics. If you've taken any statistics course, this is one of the first things that would have been brought up and talked about, okay? Just because two things are associated with each other does not mean that one caused the other. For example, it is the case that during the summer, there's an increased rate of there being violent crime, and there's also an increased rate of there being ice cream, or of there being ice cream consumption. Okay, so does the increased rate of ice cream consumption cause people to be more violent?
No.
So again,
but Democrats calling for equity causes things to be more violent. Equality is everybody can get the same job. Equity is somebody can't do it as well, but they get it because of name it. Life isn't fair.
I don't know what you're talking about. Right. I think that we should have a more equitable society within the respect that people are given access to greater levels of opportunities than they currently have, insofar as that we have an equitable notion of opportunity. Right. So
equity's pretty much affirmative action, bud.
You understand that there are past actions that have historically disadvantaged groups and communities in the United States that we need to take into account, and that we need to change our society so that we can have better outcomes for overall individuals?
America, anybody can be anything in America if you're talented. Yeah, no, it is true.
No, that's not true. You cannot be anything, right?
Yeah, because
think about it this way. Think about it this way. Do you think everyone can just do what I'm doing right now?
Yeah.
Really? You think anyone can do this?
Yes.
That is a wild assertion. No, right? It is the case that I was able to do this and build up this particular type of platform because I have the ability, because I'm in school and because my parents helped me out and because I don't need to get a job, right? I have the ability to come on here every single day and build up this platform. You know how long I came on here and I did stuff without making any money, and I was able to do that because of these privileges that I have access to that most other people in the United States wouldn't have access to?
Okay, so what privileges do you have access to?
I grew up in a household in which my parents make a good amount of money, where I didn't have to get a job in the context of college, and instead I could study and do this.
So you decided not to go to college, you got a job, and you studied and you do this?
No, I'm doing college right now.
Okay, so you're doing college right now. Okay, but I mean, no one's being blocked from going to college.
I'm not talking about just college. I'm talking about doing this platform, right? Having this platform.
I mean, I see people every day make it big on TikTok and
no, you don't.
All that stuff.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Not in terms of lives. I promise you don't.
Dude, there are black people, white people, yellow people, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyone can do it if they've got a certain knack for it.
No, I'm not saying that people of different, I'm making the claim that there's disadvantages based upon the level of access to class. You understand that where I was born, right, in terms of my parents being better off, right, is going to then determine the types of opportunities that I have access to comparative to other people in America. So having a more equitable sense of opportunity within the sense that people are given access to what's it called? This thing is really annoying. It's not working. Appreciate the call, John. Thank you so much. Where people have broader access to college and stuff like that. These are things that are going to make people across the board better off. I don't know why you'd look at this in some sort of negative connotation.
I'm not looking at it as a negative connotation. All I'm saying is that in America, you can pretty much do what you want. And it's all about the drive. Do you have enough drive and do you have enough talent to do it? It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who you are.
It does matter the opportunities that you've been given access to.
There are people from all walks of life who have done major things. And you can't deny that.
I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that it very much predisposes you towards getting towards being within the context of your same socioeconomic status. Typically speaking, people stay within the same socioeconomic status. There is an ability for there to be some sort of change when it relates to the socioeconomic status, but it is the case that people commonly stay within that context. And that's because within America, we have a less sense of there being hey, and thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate it. There being social mobility due to the idea that we don't give everyone necessarily access to these different types of things. In terms of going to free public universities or having competition to the current private universities that we have here in the United States or public universities.
Dude, private universities are for rich people.
Yeah, not all private universities are for necessarily rich people. It just depends on the private university.
Okay, but yeah, all right. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're smart enough, you can get a ride into a rich university if you have the grades. If you
Appreciate the hand art. Okay, in order to have particular grades, do you have to have a family that will allow you to be able to do that consistently? Okay, for something, this is just not going to work.
What does your family have to do with your grades?
The level of time you have to spend on studying, whether or not you need to do chores for the family, whether or not you need to do extra stuff to take care of your siblings, right? Those are all things that are going to be relevant to whether or not you have time to study.
Okay, but there's online study too.
What about it?
I'm just saying, not everybody has time to go to traditional college, but there are other ways around it. If you want to go that route.
Yeah, and people should have access to different types of trades, right? Different types of education, right? Because that increases social mobility. What's wrong with there being an increase of social mobility? It's not just we're handing things to people, right? We're giving people access to opportunities in which they can use to make themselves better off in the long run.
Okay, but in the long run, if you go in for a surgery, do you care who does it as long as it's the best person that does it?
No.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? I'm confused what you're saying.
I'm saying
I do care as long as someone has the capacity to do it, as long as someone has the education. I don't know why are you bringing that up?
To do it. That's all you
Typically
want.
speaking,
the best person to do it.
No, or I want the better price.
Why would you want the better price, dude?
Because I don't have unlimited money. I'm not fucking. I can't load in money like it's GTA off a shark card, right?
Well, no shit. I can't either.
Sure, well, obviously, right? That's the whole point. So obviously, I would care about cost.
We all do.
And also, a lot of other people can't afford healthcare. The average person can't afford a random $400 bill. The average person is living paycheck to paycheck.
I get that. You know, but I mean, there are trades out there you can make good money in. You know, like
So we should give people access to trade.
There are ways to there. I mean, there are trade schools.
Yeah, so we should incentivize that to a greater extent. Did you know when unions are about 10% in the United States? Actually, if in other countries around the world, they have broader sense of unions, and that does actually make wages better off for people insofar as that in Scandinavian countries in which they have these high union membership rates, appreciate the handout, thank you so much, they actually have no minimum wage because they don't require it to bargain for higher wages because there's so many unions, I mean. Also, like when it relates to Germany, they have like 50% of their students in like schools and public schools in trade programs, right? Because most people go into trades or other types of skills anyway, right? So, I mean, we should have stuff like that as well.
I'm not saying don't give people education. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there has to be a cap on it somewhere.
A cap on what?
Like, I mean, you can't just give free this, free that. Like, you know, sooner or later, the taxpayer pays for it all.
Yeah, taxpayers paying for this makes society better off. They have this in countries around the world, and the average person is going to be better off due to having these different types of opportunities. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Me paying for stuff like this would then allow for me to, in the future, or for my kids in the future, to have access to these types of opportunities where they don't have to pay for it, right? So that is actually effective for our overall economy. There's no issue with taxpayers paying for something. Sometimes they can make systems a lot more efficient. And in this circumstance, it would provide competition and alternatives, appreciate the subscription, I thank you so much, Emma, to the current structure that we have in terms of college, which is increasing in the cost so fucking much. We've gone up 250% in accordance with even taking into account inflation over the past like 30 plus years. Like that's a wild fucking amount, right? We should not have college cost so much.
Yeah, I agree with that. College shouldn't cost so much.
Yeah, so this is how we can limit.
And a lot of these schools are, you know, they do take it, and you know, they have surpluses, but you know, they don't lower the rates.
Yeah, this is how we can lower the cost. The way we can lower the cost is by providing competition and alternatives, i.e. free public universities. And free public universities for every single person to have access to who's an adult in America would be $70 billion a year, which is 1/4 of our net interest payment on our debt and is 1/10 of our military budget. Putting that much money into education would increase long-run aggregate supply in America, making people more specialized in terms of their labor, and would adapt us to the modern economy, right? Because the modern economy is getting rid of jobs like manufacturing, is getting rid of jobs like people who work at diners, and it's becoming significantly more specialized in the types of labor that we have. So having education, having trade, stuff like that is making us ready for the future economy.
I don't know that diner jobs are going to go away anytime
No,
soon.
automation is happening right now. That's happening.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's always going to be customer service.
At a significantly lower rate than it is now, because a lot of it's going to be like AI. A lot of it's just going to be like robots, right? As we already see self-serve literally in many places in America, whether it relates to your grocery stores, whether it relates to your McDonald's, whether it relates to many places in the US. It's already happening right now. We see self-driving trucks in places like Arizona and places like Las Vegas, and they do fucking great at transporting things. Within the next decade, right? That's going to be literally all across the United States. And you want to know what's going to happen? The biggest job in 29 states in the United States is going to be fucking gone like that.
Well,
gone like that.
All right. Tell me this then. Self-driving trucks, okay? Self-driving truck gets a flat tire. Who's going to get out who's going to get out and change that shit? Who's going to go out and change it?
There are still going to be people. I'm not disputing that.
What if a self-driving truck? I mean, Tesla cars aren't even perfect
yet. Wait. Do you understand that? You understand that's a different job, though. You understand that's a different job. Those flat tires would have happened even with a driver driving. So that's not adding any. Hold on. Let me finish. That's not adding any more labor than what we currently have. That's accepting things that we already do for labor now. Okay. So that doesn't add any more jobs. Now we're just going to acknowledge that there are less jobs. Okay. There are less truckers now. Right. And there are still people that are doing the tires, but that's eventually going to be automated as well.
I saw somebody said self-driving. Yeah, I know the truck driver doesn't change the tire, but if automation comes, I mean, there's going to be major problems with that. I mean, there's going to be major problems with that.
So we need to adapt to the new modern economy before it fucks everyone over. You know, the retrainment programs when it relates to like truckers and other types of people retraining is like 0 to 15%. It's incredibly hard to retrain people after they've been in careers for so long. So what we needed to do is have effective policy that is meant to mitigate these issues long term. We see this already happening in the economy. We need to do this now so that people who are literally already going into jobs aren't going into these particular types of jobs that are gone like that. Yeah, so I don't even know how we got to this point. If we go back to the ideas that we were referencing earlier, right? Again, why do we say that Trump is better than Biden here?
Because he did better things for the economy than Biden. Biden's out there just robbing shit. He's getting us into a war.
Wait, what did Biden rob? What did Biden rob?
He's cleansing money through the war right now.
What?
He's laundering money.
How is he laundering money?
Through the war. He's giving these other countries billions and billions of dollars. You think that shit doesn't
you're talking about Ukraine?
Here and there? Yeah.
So that's lend-lease, and that's a loan.
Yeah.
It is literally a loan that has interest on it. So we're getting paid back, plus we're getting interest.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yep, uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Okay, believe it.
Okay.
You can believe what you want.
Yeah, I believe the evidence. I believe the facts. You can believe whatever you want when it relates to your feelings, but these are the facts.
Okay.
Hayden, thank you so much for the Cash App, Hayden. I appreciate it.
Well, I guess I'm done here. You have a good day.
Appreciate you coming on. Have a good day.
Yep, bye.
We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person on here. Everyone keep tapping that screen and keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to a million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
40.
Yeah, for sure. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
For many reasons. The biggest question is why not?
Yeah, so we could clearly go into that, but would you like to answer my question first?
For one, I would like to see us become something as better. I know a lot of people hate him because he is businessman and whatever, but we need something in the country other than politicians of somebody to create us as a better nation.
So he's legitimately a politician?
Now.
Yeah. And?
But he wasn't as before he ran.
Yeah, but we're talking about electing him now.
Runs, well, yeah, it would still make no difference. So he's in a second run because he ran once, now he's just a politician. What about all the other people who've been in office for 40, 50, whatever?
Yeah, so I'm saying it's the same. If you look at politician, well, he's a politician and so are they. So there's no difference between the two candidates based upon the notion in which one is a politician and one is not.
Okay, well, I'll give you that. So as of now, yes, he is. But when he first started, he was not.
Yeah, okay, sure. But he's a politician now. So what's your point about now? Why do we support Biden now? I mean, not Biden, Trump.
Because obviously if people quit bashing on him to do whatever, he might actually be able to bring income and everything else back into the nation from business statute, not political.
Could have brought everything back. Can you be specific?
What do you mean? In other words, money back into our nation, jobs back into our nation.
He didn't do that. He didn't do that. Like, there were more jobs outsourced under his administration than brought back. So he didn't, like, necessarily do that.
How do you figure that? Or I'm just curious upon that.
Like, how do I determine that's true?
Yes, there you go.
Like evidence?
Such as what? I hope it's not Google.
Well, there's going to be sources on Google that you can find. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Would you like me to send you something?
Sure.
Yeah. Would you like
I'm always accepting for acknowledgement and to see whatever, but I mean, so you look at it as Biden's been in over 30 years. And in those 30 years, honestly, what has he done, him as a personal person, to establish us as a better country?
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
So Biden has been in for easy over 30 years. What has he done to create us as anything, as a better nation, and for the people, economy, whatnot, and so forth?
Like, what has Biden done to make the world better?
There you go. Yes, correct.
You're just asking in terms of policy?
Well, yeah, just what has he personally done that would make him as a better president over Trump?
Okay, so if we're talking about what he would do that would make him a better president than it relates to Trump, right, it would be the case that we would relate to the access to universal health care, the expansions to things like the ACA and other types of universal healthcare mechanisms, right? Access to like free public universities. He's for like 2-year community colleges. So that increases like our social mobility within the context of society. If we want to relate to the federal judges, I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. He would put in like liberal leaning or Democratic judges that would be less likely to limit things like progressive legislation that we would associate with universal healthcare, access to free public university. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Things that would better off like the country. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much, Scotty. Appreciate it. We could also relate to like immigration concerns in terms of like that there's going to be more pushes or an ideological shift for more pushes towards like faster immigration status, right? Than it would be like under Trump, as Trump is significantly more about like closing it and like stopping the immigration than it would be like relating to Biden. We can relate to that. I appreciate that. Appreciate all the hat and mustaches. Thank you so much, Scotty. I appreciate it. Would you like me to keep going, or I can stop? I don't want to say too many things.
Well, there's numerous of those that I personally don't agree with, but that just, I guess, each his own.
Thank you for all the hat and mustaches. I appreciate it. So, I mean, like, we can also relate to the idea, like, are you against, like Trump's Muslim ban?
Trump's what?
Muslim ban?
I'm not familiar with that. You gotta be more
so he cut off
specific.
travel from like areas that are like predominantly Muslim, like with the express purpose of like limiting Muslim people from coming to the country.
To an extent, there's a reason why, and where we are in that point where everything was going down, clearly that's why it was put into place. And it wasn't shut down, it was more things need to be put into place to be watching people and see what they are and who they are and why they are coming here.
No, it was shutting down for a bit.
Well, obviously, clearly it was shutting down for a bit, but there was also processes put. So background checks, whatever, the reason why. Not just, oh yeah, I'm going to come here to come here.
Okay, so you're just saying like, so other things that are not put on any other country. Okay. So how do you feel about the fact that most people who come into the country and documented in the United States come by overstaying a visa, by flying to the country, overstaying the visa, rather than coming through the southern border?
Well, overstaying a visa is the same thing as coming over a southern border. If you're here illegally, you're here illegally.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like rather than like just hyper like fixating on like specifically the southern border, why didn't he hyperfixate on the fact that more people are coming to the country through like, you know, overstaying visas?
Well, it's because the stuff of whatever was coming through the border.
Like fentanyl and other types of drugs? Then why don't we end the drug war, legalize and decriminalize drug usage so that there can be American producers of these particular types of drugs so that we can destabilize the cartels that are relying upon drug revenue in order to like fund themselves. Oh, and or we relate to the idea that we could like make them terrorist organizations to be able to reduce their stranglehold over like Central and South America. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Because we need to acknowledge that the U.S. literally created these issues by establishing the drug war, which literally funded them into these positions of power to stranglehold Central and South America. We're literally the reason why many people in these countries around the world have to come to the United States because their countries have been destabilized because of the drug war and these cartels.
And yeah, I know of the drug wars and the cartels, and I know where those come through, and that's where certain organizations need to be shut down.
What organizations?
Or reestablished, whichever way you want to put it.
What organizations?
Yes. Well, for one, the CIA.
Okay, I don't see why the CIA would be specific to this, but if you want to relate to the CIA, we could bring up other
Well,
reasons.
because it all the
we still want
CIA
some like central
runs all the way back from Vietnam.
I'm okay with like reforming, but like
they didn't just put our soldiers into statute; they were also paying out for others who were illegally running to bring in profiteering.
Okay, so I'm against like the past acts of like the Central Intelligence Agency, but we still need like a function of some type of Central Intelligence Agency. Appreciate
well, that's why
thank you so much. So although I'm a huge arguing for like, so if you're talking about reestablish, you just mean just reform the system.
There you go.
Okay, sure, I'm down for reforming the CIA.
It'd be
Trump
the
didn't say he's going to do
FBI,
that.
and all of them.
Trump didn't say he's going to do that.
Did any of them?
No, so I don't know why you're bringing it up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All of them need to be set out and set forth. We need people in that are actually going to be people for us, not against us, because they have. Okay, so politically gain is not financially gained between them and their situation, I guess, is the better wording I should be putting towards it.
So who's financially gaining, you said?
Any politician.
So even Trump?
Trump in a way, but no. Trump he was already established. That's what people don't seem to comprehend and put in. Like, you think he was in politics and everything else with him creating Trump Tower?
He's been talking about going into politics for decades. Like, there are things from the 1990s where he talks about maybe running for president. So, I mean, we've literally seen
There's
this
actually
for a long
back
time.
into the 70s if you want to get correct upon it. And that's where he said, no, I won't, because I feel they should.
What did he say in a 90s interview? In a 90s interview, he literally said, yeah, I'll probably run someday.
Yeah, and he also was asked that back in the 70s.
So obviously his answer changed then.
How did his answer
My claim was
change
still
from
true.
that?
He's been doing this for decades.
Okay, because he said he would run, but he didn't until 2020.
2016.
Or I guess 2016. Yes, okay.
It was technically
but
like 2015,
still,
2016.
So 2016, and back in the 70s, I think it was 74, 75, somewhere around there, he was asked if he would run. Not now, but maybe someday in the future.
What's your point?
He stayed to run his business and go with whatever instead of stepping into politics.
And what's your point?
He financially set himself through his company and everything else.
Oh, yeah. He set himself financially with that small loan of $1 million.
His what?
Yeah, he set himself up financially with that small loan of $1 million. Henry, thank you so much. I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you very much.
His small loan of $1 million is what set him. That's how you feel upon that?
No, he said it was a small loan. Do you not remember that?
He brought billions back in throughout his company.
After multiple bankruptcies.
Okay, so is Microsoft, AT&T, and everybody else. What does that have to do with anything? GM, Ford, all of them.
So can you show me how many times they've bankrupted?
Well, I know GM at least 4 or 5 times. Ford probably about the same.
Can you send me stuff on that?
AT&T has been bankrupt and bought out numerous times.
Can you send me sources on that?
Oh, I'll have to look them up, but yes, they're there.
Okay. For sure.
Just because a major company goes bankrupt or something else, I mean,
and by the way,
I had to file bankruptcy once in my life. That doesn't mean I'm less of an individual because I had to file bankruptcy.
No, I never said you were less of an individual. Don't lie about what I just said. Okay. My point is that you're arguing that he set himself up financially to indicate good characteristics about himself, and I'm saying that he literally bankrupts multiple times to be able to get to that point. I was just describing a part of how he got to that point, and you somehow took it in that way. So.
Well, no, that's why I said.
And Trump's not the company, by the way. Trump is himself.
I filed bankruptcy in my lifetime. That doesn't make me less of an individual that I'm not going to bring myself up.
Can you give me another individual that has filed 7 times?
I guarantee there's more than one individual.
Sure, right, but a good businessman that you would say that we should look up to and we should want as president of the United States.
Part of that is, I think the biggest hate for Trump is because of his TV show.
Why?
Because most of the people I talk to, that's why they dislike him.
Who the fuck brings up his TV show? No one. I've never heard someone bring it up.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I've been into numerous talks with people, and I'm the first who has made that comment.
Dude, I debate people on a daily basis for 6 hours every single day. This is my job, and I never have heard that once brought up in an argument.
Really?
Nope, never.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I'm the first, but I even know members of family, friends, and everything else. That's why they hate him, is because of that. Has nothing to do with his political standing, what he is. It's just, you're fired. That's what they remember, and that's why they don't like.
That's an anecdotal claim. So, most people are not going to have that reasoning. Let's be totally real.
I'm just telling you what I've been told and what I've been through.
Sure, man. So yeah, let's get back to the idea. Okay, how do you feel about Trump in the election?
Honestly, I am pro-Trump, but I'm not going to vote for him. But I sure as shit am not voting for Sleepy Joe.
You know, I'll take a pro-Trumper not voting. That's good. I'll do it. I'll take it.
No, I'm still going to vote, just not for him.
No, don't vote. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Don't vote for
Trump. You mean don't vote? Even though that's everybody's right between as a registered person, is they should vote. Because
I don't think everyone should
established
vote.
In any way.
Wait, hold on. I think everyone should be allowed to vote. I mean, obviously, who has not been there's some exceptions to that, but most people should be allowed to vote. But I don't think, on a personal level, that everyone should vote.
So you feel because I voted for Trump, I shouldn't vote?
Yep.
And so don't you find that kind of about demeaning towards a person or an individual? Or
no, it means I disagree.
Well, no. You just are clearly putting it, don't vote because you voted for an individual that I do not agree with.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Okay, well, that is... And how old are you?
21.
Okay. That explains a lot.
What does that explain?
A lot. How many times have you voted?
Once. How old are you?
There you go. I said 40.
Yeah, so you're 40 years old? Well, that explains it.
It explains because I've actually voted between numerous presidents?
Oh, no, it tells me
you voted once, and you didn't like that person nor their demeanor, so you have that right to say for somebody else who has numerous times between numerous presidents.
Yeah, you shouldn't vote. Yeah, because I disagree with that. Yeah, clearly. Yeah, I'm going to say that. You want to know something crazy, though? I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I was a Trump supporter in 2016. Okay. So it wasn't just like, I've been liberal my whole life, right? I literally have been conservative like my whole life.
And see, I'm neither way. I'm for what is right for the nation, whether you're Democrat, Republican, or independent.
Okay, right. But I don't think everyone should vote because I think that you shouldn't vote for an individual in which has literally stated that the election is stolen 3 years after and has not gone back on that claim. Okay. Do you not think that's harmful?
There's numerous things upon that are just, numerous
things that are harmful. Lord Bobert's Vape, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
There's numerous things between all ways, whether you want to feel that it's right or not.
Can you give me something to that level when it relates to Biden?
What do you mean?
Yeah, can you give me something comparable with Biden? I appreciate the Gamer Cat. Thank you so much. To Trump literally claiming that the election's been stolen for the past 3 years. Can you give me something comparable? Because that's like completely anti-democratic. Like if you think about it, like completely anti-democratic. Like imagine if Biden lost the election, was like Trump stole it and still saying it now. That would be wild, right?
No, that would be about the same between both parties.
No. All right. It was the case that in 2016, I appreciate the Gamer Cat. Thank you so much. In 2016, it was the case that Hillary Clinton literally conceded the next day. Okay. Trump 3 fucking years later literally still is not conceding. He's still saying he won the election.
Well, and it's probably because still 3 years later, he's being attacked by all these politicians and everything else so that he can't run again. They're trying every way
because
possible
he's so
for
anti-democratic
him not to be.
You know, they're coalition forming. They're literally coalition forming in the Republican. I appreciate the cat. Thank you so much. Like Republicans are coalition forming to beat Trump. You know that, right? They don't like Trump, right? There are lots of Republicans that don't like Trump. You understand that, right? Like a lot of Republicans, people he even appointed in their positions, Mike Pence, Bill Barr, right? Other people, right? People even who are Republicans within the context of the courts. Appreciate the Gamer Cat. Thank you so much. All stated that he did not win the election, that he lost. Okay. So does he appoint corrupt individuals or did he lose?
So why is it that also it comes from the same party that they are no longer wanting to follow Biden and will go for Trump?
What do you mean? I appreciate the cat. Thank you so much.
Just even as a speaker in the House, which wasn't years ago, but now you have numerous that will go for that.
People are voting for Speaker of the House? What are you talking about?
What do you mean? You haven't been watching news? The Speaker of the House.
I remember the Speaker of the House got taken. Yeah, they got taken out.
Yeah, and they've been voting for obviously, we need a new Speaker of the House.
Okay. And you think people are going to stop voting for Biden and instead are going to vote for Trump for that?
They've already nominated Trump for Speaker of the House.
They've nominated Trump for Speaker of the House?
Yes.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's... What? He's not even in Congress.
He doesn't have to be.
What do you fucking mean? Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
What do you mean? How do they determine Speaker of the House? Someone who's already fucking in Congress. You have to literally be in Congress to be Speaker of the House.
No, you do not.
What are you talking about?
Do some research on that because he has already been nominated for Speaker of the House. I'm not lying to you.
We're looking this up.
I swear to God. He is one of, I think, the 4, maybe 5 that have already been put out as of Speaker of the House.
Okay. You're actually right. LGB of non-members, while every Speaker of the House has been a sitting House member, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 5 of the U.S. Constitution concerning the choosing of a Speaker does not explicitly state House membership as a requirement. So, I mean, I think it necessarily is true, but it's never happened before in history.
I was just telling you, he's already been nominated.
Yeah. Where did you get this?
Nominated. CNN or wherever the hell I was watching the last They've been doing it for a couple weeks of the voting. Well, nobody's voted, but they're all there in the House, and he's one of the ones.
Where'd you find this? Can you give me a source?
I think it was. No, it wasn't CNN. It was whichever congressman or whoever stood up and nominated him for it.
So there was someone that claimed that they might. Far-right GOP representative Troy Niels of the Texas announced this week that he would nominate Trump to be speaker. The former president hasn't ruled out the idea, and Trump received some placatory nominations in the speaker elections in January, but that doesn't mean that
he's already been nominated.
So where'd you get that he's been nominated?
They stood in front of Congress and said, "I nominate Trump."
Can you send me a source on that?
Look into the House selections. I think that's what's under his House selections.
Okay, so just look it up. All right. Was Trump nominated? Trump for Speaker of the House.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, let's look this up. All right.
The dude put off a big old novel and everything else between it when he nominated him.
This is they selected Republican Jim Jordan of Ohio. Okay. Okay. Tired of serving as speaker was proposed. Where was the nomination? Okay, sure. I can't find this right now.
They were all sitting on the floor and talking.
Okay, wait, here. Okay, so Donald John Trump, the former president, was mildly amused until he saw. Okay, so there was one person that nominated them. 212 votes for Hakeem Jeffries, 201 votes for Kevin McCarthy, 19 votes for Byron Donalds, and 1 vote for Donald Trump.
As of when?
This is October 6th.
No, is that when they were trying to kick Pelosi out? Because I'm talking now, since they kicked out what's his nuts.
What's his nuts?
I can't remember his name.
This is where it said he got put up for Speaker of the House. So I don't know where else you'd be talking about.
All right, I'll have to even find that in the video and send it to you because it was as of
Jim Jordan is the one that I see.
Last week that it was put out there when they were on the floor.
Jim Jordan is the one that was nominated by Trump or backed by Trump.
Trump clearly even came out and said, "I don't want to be Speaker of the House, but if they accepted me, yes, I would."
Yeah, so there was one individual that voted for him to be nominated, not him being nominated. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, he's not Speaker of the House. Is that nominating not the right word? Because they're
it wouldn't be the right
nominating
word.
The individuals because nobody chose.
No, they voted for them to be in nomination, but he didn't get nominated.
So,
for example, this would have been like saying that Marianne Williamson was nominated as the Democratic national candidate, right? No, she was voted for, but I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. But she wasn't nominated.
Well, okay. So I'm choosing the wrong word. My bad.
Yeah.
And I'm good at that, but yeah. Like I say, I'm wrong on the wording, but he was put out to be one of the nominees, I guess, of Speaker of the House. Is that better? I don't know if that's right either.
Sure, yeah, that's better. That's better. I mean, what's the point of that claim, though? Is there a point of that claim?
No, not really. My bad.
No. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else you want to add or talk about then?
No, I'll let you fox with some other people. I gotta go.
Appreciate you
put
coming
my boy
on,
to bed here in about 20 minutes. So
for sure. Have a good night, bro. Let's go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. You want to help get out to more people. Keep sharing the live. Copy links. Send it to a few friends. Again, if you like my content as well, follow me if you haven't already. If you want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds there, comparative to like 33% here. So if you do want to support me, that's the best way to support me. Plus, if you want to subscribe and get access to the sub-only chat that I'm about to put on here in a few minutes, subscribe to me if you haven't already. It helps me come on here every single day. And we are number 8 on the subs on all of TikTok right now. We're running up the fucking leaderboards, everyone. So if you want to help us out, subscribing is a great way to do so. So I really appreciate everyone who's done so far. I'm trying to get to the next person though. Give it a second before I get to the next person again. If you do like my content, follow me if you haven't already, because I do go on literally every single day, everyone. Literally every single day. But yeah, keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. It helps get out to more people, makes the lives more entertaining. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm actually 32. I'm actually watching your live, and well, let's see. There's a number of things that I was disagreeing with you on. Like, for one thing, it is nominated because you have to have a nomination to be put on a ballot. Because unlike you know, where you're not keeping up with current events and you're not, being well informed, anybody can just do what you do emphatically. I can start my live and have conversations with people.
Then do it. And then also, in terms of the nomination, it just depends on what you mean by nomination, right? Because again, like what we already went over in the conversation, it is the case that they wouldn't have been nominated to be Speaker of the House, but they were voted for nomination.
Okay, well, for one thing, I'm actually a union leader here in Oregon. So, like, you have to be, getting your experience up. You're going to have to be going to the meetings. You get nominated to be on a board. You get put on a ballot by a nomination.
Yeah,
okay,
there's different contexts of terms when we're talking about different things. Like a union membership nomination would be different, necessarily speaking, from Speaker of the House nomination.
We're giving people false information about unions as well. And so,
what false information did I give about unions?
Quite a bit, actually, because I'm going to tell you right now, when you're talking about Donald Trump, you were trying to say that he is anti-union. He's not. He just
I actually didn't say that Trump was anti-union. I said that this country has low % union membership, and I talked about how Scandinavia has higher unionship membership.
Well, there's also a lot of businesses like Starbucks where they disadvantage people who have a union. Even though that they have a union available, they will literally pay their workers significantly less if they are unionized. And so, even though that you're liberal, you might as well look into it. They had actually brought him in and had, given this person grief, given the fact that they're denying the person ability to have a proper wage with the fact that they are unionized. They actually will go against the person and then incentivize the people that are not a union member and then pay them more.
Yeah, so those are just bad practices for the company, not necessarily the notion of unions. And this is actually why we should have unions, because then we can bargain against them, right? So again, the idea here is that unions are going to put you at a greater proportion to be able to bargain for better working conditions and for higher wages.
Yeah. Right. So while we're getting down to this for Trump, we're talking about what evidence is there that Biden was cheating or not cheating. There was literal footage of him getting creepy at the damn microphone like he normally does, whispering in the microphone. I have an extensive voter organization. And that was during his campaign. You can go back and look up that footage.
He was weird or creepy, talking to a mic. Can you tell me when? Because I don't know. There's lots of times where Trump is weird and creepy.
You probably voted for Biden the last cycle.
I did vote for Biden. What's wrong with that?
Right. Well, that's very clear. But
it's also very clear that you voted for Trump.
Yeah, I will do it every time. Okay, so
what's your point? I will vote for Biden every time.
Well, you're an idiot.
I could say the same thing about you. You're voting for an individual that literally claims the election is stolen with no substantial evidence after multiple years. He appointed judges that literally did not vote on his side. So it's either the case that he appointed corrupt judges or he lost the election. Which is it?
Or he had elected judges that have a good history with their work, was very notable, and even if they didn't side with his opinion, that they still got the nomination and was put on the bench.
So were they corrupt, or were they, or did he lose the election? Which one?
They were non-biased and independent.
So they were non-biased and independent, therefore he lost the election. Okay,
No.
so
What I'm trying to say is that the very fact that Biden had come out during his speech in his campaign, got creepy in front of the microphone very publicly, and stated verbatim that he has an extensive voter fraud organization. Now, that's an admission.
what? Can you
of
just give me
guilt.
like the specific that you're referencing?
Like, it was during his campaign.
Like
Like,
can you give
he's
me
a-
can you give me like a literal quote?
It's on the ground and having CNN, MSNBC, ABC, and pretty much Disney running his damn campaign while he wants
Disney
to
running his damn campaign. Can you give me any evidence for the claim that you're referencing?
on ABC, NBC,
No, like a title.
Fox, and like if you want to get technical, they own it all.
Can you give me a title of a like an article or something? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Great. I appreciate it.
Like it's in video footage off of C-SPAN, because like you can watch live footage from every like facet of politics. So if you were actually doing what you say that other people can't do, like talk to people, like I don't get your statement on that earlier. But
Wait, what statement? Sorry, can you say it again?
you sat there and was telling that one person that they can't do what you can, even though you don't stay current on current events.
What did I tell them they can't do?
Like talk to people on TikTok. Like that's the most idiotic thing I've ever
I
heard.
never said they can't talk to people. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
No, that's exactly what you had done, was like you had told them that you can't do what you do, even though that you're not working or do anything. You're basically living off your parents. And then
I'm not living off my parents anymore necessarily. Caleb, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. What I was claiming is that I have a unique opportunity and privilege given where I was born. Okay. So the idea is that there's not an equitable sense of opportunity in the United States, because the opportunities that I'm given access to, given where I was born and the family that I was born into, is significantly outweighing many other people in the United States.
Okay.
That's why I was able to develop the particular position I have in terms of my platform.
What is your privilege?
Like, I was born in a household where my parents make a good amount of money, and I was given lots of opportunities. I went to a very, very good public school. I was given all the opportunities. My parents helped me pay for my college, right? They've helped me pay for many different things, right? When it relates to like my opportunities.
Your parents gave you a good life. You should
that's
be
what I'm
thanking
saying.
your parents. You should be thanking.
I am thanking my parents. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. But the same types of privileges that I received from my parents being in that standpoint, I think that many others around the world, I mean, in the United States and around the world, should also experience.
Another example of, say, Biden, you know, getting the was it the count wrong and everything? Well, how about the person that had come through when they were doing their hearings, and then you had the person talking about how he was busing ballots across the border. For one thing, if you're having any ballot, it shouldn't be crossing any sort of border. You shouldn't be having
what ballot? Where are you getting this information from?
You don't pay attention to shit, do you? They were doing the hearing about with
I do pay attention, but I'm just asking you for like where you're getting this information from.
Well,
you don't have to be rude every
I
single time I ask you a question. I can ask you questions right now and be rude to you if you'd like.
I watch C-SPAN, and so when they have these hearings, when they were talking about the was it the voter fraud, having do the legislative hearings, hearing the people out, why they feel that their vote was cheated out. They also had the fact that the person was talking about how he was driving a truck, like a semi truck, full of these ballots, and he was going into Pennsylvania from New York.
Thank you so much. Okay,
So
into
he was
Pennsylvania from New York. And what was that for? Was there a reason?
During the election.
Was there a reason?
Yeah, the ballots.
What was the reason for? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Counting them.
Are they mail-in ballots?
They were all ballots. They were sealed in these boxes that they were going to be taken across the border. For one thing, they shouldn't be crossing any county lines.
Okay. So is there any reason for this? Did they provide any reason? Can you give me a source for this so that I can look into the information?
It's called voter fraud.
Can you give me a source?
The very same election was being brought up.
Why wasn't this brought up in court?
It has been.
Where?
But then
court?
you also you also had the biased Trump.
No, tell me where in court was it brought up? Can you please answer my question?
The what?
Where in court was it brought up?
I believe it was a Pennsylvania court or it was New York.
Joan, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Could you look it up right now? I'll give you time to look it up.
Like you have it on your fingertips. You can Google it. Where
it's your claim, though. I don't know. I don't know what to Google. It's your claim.
This was aired on TV. This isn't my claim. This is an actual person talking about the very job that he had done. Like if you think about it, it's kind of like a moving truck. But there's also footage of even mail dropping these sealed containers that are supposed to be filled with ballots off. And
can you give me any evidence of this? Give me a source, just one, because you're making a fucking wild claim. You're making a claim that the election was stolen. Okay, can you provide any evidence of this claim?
So when he was running for his first term, I was working as his media person for Facebook for his live.
Can you give me some evidence, please?
There's a lot of different things that were going on, like the day before the November 10th speech from Obama. You had the meeting in Trump Tower with Comey. Next thing you know, you have a joke.
Hey, where's the evidence? Are you going to give me the evidence, or are you just going to start yapping about something else?
No. This is evidence. It's very, 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 very pertaining because it was showing that the meeting that he had with Comey, Obama makes a speech, and then it was a mild-mannered speech to the point where his upper temple was throbbing enough to where when a person's going through that, they're obviously distressed. And the very fact is that he started. Thank you so much. That should not be happening.
KJ, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Dark, thank you for the subscription as well.
He turned around and kicked a door open. Now that's odd behavior, but not for the fact that in Trump Tower, because I'm watching this simultaneously being the media person. I have what's going on with Obama on my main screen, and then me being able to communicate with the media chats on my phone. And Trump made a joke in Trump Tower at Obama's expense, basically, bibbity bobbity boo, about what magic wand is he going to pull out? I'm like, well, it's Trump, bitch, So the main thing is he got really ticked off, turned around and kicked a door open. And then I'm like, you are severely bugged. And so next thing you know, they found out that, yes, indeed, he had the FISA warrants being put out, that not only that, it had to have gone up to Obama. There is, in fact, evidence going on through before he even became president. So you have people like Chuck Schumer, where they're talking about how they're going to stand up and try and sabotage and do whatever they could possibly think of. And then up to the leading point.
Can you give me specific evidence of the fucking claims that you made in relation to these particular courts? You're yapping about something. I'm going to be totally fucking real with you. I just let you yap for so long. You literally are talking about something that's not even related to the question that I asked you. Okay, please answer the question that I'm asking you.
Actually,
you made a claim that there was a defrauding of the United States government elections.
Because Nancy Pelosi used her position to interfere in the election. So
how did she interfere in the 2020 election?
Okay, for one thing, she said that if it was close, she would have the deciding point. And then she put basically a person that has confirmed dementia in the president's seat. She's responsible.
Wait. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, Biden does not have confirmed dementia. One. Kayla, thank you for the subscription as well. I appreciate the 6 months. No, he doesn't. Wait, have you dealt with anyone? Wait, Hazel, have you dealt with anyone that has dementia?
I am a home care worker. I work with people who are disabled.
You deal with people who have dementia?
Yes.
Then you would know he does not have fucking dementia. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. My grandma died of dementia, okay? My grandma literally died of dementia. I knew exactly what state she was in.
The people that he is treating, it has dementia medicine. And the very fact that he has obvious decline and can't form a freaking sentence.
He can form a freaking sentence.
Biden cannot.
Can I address this real quick? So he can form a sentence, right? If you know, like someone,
and then it's slow.
Yeah. So Hazel, if you know anyone that has dementia, you would know that they legitimately cannot like engage with you coherently. Okay.
Exactly.
In many circumstances. Can I fully finish my point, please? Or do you want me to like mute you? Like I can act like you're a child and mute you every single time I speak. Would you prefer that?
Did with the facts earlier.
Would you prefer me to mute you so that I can finish my points, or do you want to continue to talk over me and get muted?
Then what's your point?
Okay. If you've dealt with anyone that has dementia, you know that they actually cannot coherently engage with anything that's talking about. He engages in speeches all the time. He answers questions. He's constantly engaging as president of the United States. Yes, he's mentally declined, but that does not imply that he has dementia. You claiming that he has dementia is like legitimately harmful, especially to all the people that deal with the fact that their grandparents or their parents literally die of dementia or literally have these different characteristics and symptoms. You're now associating with that. Okay. That is fucking diminishing the ideas of dementia.
Okay. Well, here's the very fabric of everything on that. When you have a person that's in obvious decline and you have a person that says it's, quote, Dr. Jill Biden, she is also responsible for elder abuse for the very fact that she is saying that he is capable of being fit for office in that position. The fact that he was underground during that time, quote, use a pandemic for your cover, wonderful. But the only thing is that when you when it's done and he's out in public, you cannot hide that. It was very apparent that he is in decline, and it is elder abuse, point blank, because he cannot function.
Can you give me any professional that indicates that Joe Biden has dementia? Like yes, psychological professional. Give me one.
Dr. Jackson has even been trying to have him being put under cognitive tests, and he refused.
That's fine. I agree to put him under cognitive tests. I'm so down for that. I'm actually so down for that. But we should do the same thing for Trump, right?
Yeah, I have been stating C-SPAN as my source, considering that's feed from DC. That is feed.
C-SPAN. What is the title of the C-SPAN article?
It's a freaking C-SPAN. You can look it up. I'm not going to do all your homework for you.
This is your claim. What are you talking about?
It's on C-SPAN.
Again, what on C-SPAN? I appreciate that mustache.
Everything.
What do I look up? What do I look up to find it?
You have fingers.
I do have fingers. I'm asking you what the fucking title is so I can type it in with my fingers.
What the title is?
Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. Yes, the particular C-SPAN article that you're referencing. Can you please tell me what the title is?
I don't have that offhand.
So you don't have anything. You just have C-SPAN. That's all you have? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much.
Like you witness a crime, do you have like fingerprints on the object of the crime at the time? No.
You can access those by looking at the documentation in terms of like the legal documentation.
If active things that are going, there is no documentation. Do you?
Yeah. So is this an active thing that's going right now? Is this some sort of court case? No, it's not. Okay. Can you give me some fucking evidence, please?
Also, that you also have the very fact that you were also bringing up how how he was affecting the oil fields and stuff like that. He was he's on the American pipeline, and then he used that to funnel money to Burisma, and then at that point, Russia bombs the pipeline for Burisma, but yet he has a backup. He starts selling our reserves to China, and that consists of PacSun. And then guess who is on the board for PacSun? Hunter Biden. So then he's still laundering money.
Appreciate the cash app. Thank you so much. Okay, so so you're saying that Biden is laundering money to Joe Biden? Yes. I mean, Biden is laundering money to China?
No. I'm saying that Joe Biden is laundering money into his own pockets and giving it to his family members.
Okay, so can you give me any evidence of that?
Right. Just stated.
Trustmebro.com?
In the very first day when he came into office, he had basically killed union oil workers' jobs, given the fact that he had got endorsed stating to SEIU that he was in support of union workers. Okay, so then you have to take into account that he lied to union reps after the endorsement, went and killed union jobs.
Can you please just tell me, can you just give me a source, honestly? Because you're making all of these claims, and I ask you for a source, you never provide me anything, and you just deflect onto another point.
You voted for. If you cannot pay attention to the political field,
dude, because I don't know every single claim that you make doesn't mean I don't pay attention. I'm paying attention. You haven't failed to give me a single fucking source for any claim that you make.
I've been telling you the very facts from the beginning.
Tell me a source. Give me a single source.
I don't have to give you sources.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have to give me evidence for the claims that you make.
Know that Trump was nominated for the House.
Again, that's not the same thing as nomination, right? What you're referencing there, no, it's not. No, it's not. What you're referencing there is voting to be nominated. Okay, nomination would be like, this is the nomination that we have for this particular party.
Nominated to be qualified for.
Thank you so much for the 11th month. I appreciate it, Rachel. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the subscription as well. What's up?
It's called a nomination. You have to be nominated to then be qualified to vote. So someone has to say,
oh, you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. No, you're misunderstanding.
I am not, because I actually had to be nominated to be put on a state ballot.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. This is different. So here, let me clarify. So in terms of the nomination would be within respect to, like, say, like, here, I'll give you in terms of presidents, like, for nominations for the Republican nomination, right? The Republican nominee. Okay, so I'm just going to mute you, all right? Because you just, like, for some reason, just, like, can't fucking stop talking, right? So when it relates to the nomination, right, when relating to the Republican primaries, it would be the case that the nomination happens after they vote, okay? The nomination happens when they determine who has the most votes out of every other Republican individual, okay? Candidate, every other candidate, okay? So the nomination happens after the vote, okay? They will be put into circumstances, I appreciate the subscription, thank you so much, where they can be, like, in the debates, where they can be running, right? But that doesn't mean that they've been nominated. Nominated would relate to the particular Republican nominee, i.e., like the person who won the primaries. You're misunderstanding what we're talking about in terms of nomination, because you're relating it to your own ideas of your union. These are different like definitions of nomination.
And I disagree with you, because in order to get your name up for that, you have to have someone say, I want to, like, have you in, for example, like, you would have a body of people, you would have to say, like, one person would have to say, I want, say, Parker to be nominated, and then now your name is in the hat.
There you go. Wait, hold up. You just kind of proved my point. I want this person to be nominated means I want them to be in a position where they can be nominated. I'm nominating this person.
That's not a vote. What that is basically trying to say is that, like, there's a group of people, and then you have a person that comes up and says, nominate this person, and then you have to have a secondary. That's how it works. And then they say, I second. That is how it works. And then you have more of the body that they come up behind you. And then this is, like, the main point of how everything works. Like, you are sadly mistaken, and then you are giving people misinformation.
I'm not giving any misinformation. You failed to give any sources for any of your claims. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And I just described the process in terms of, right, the same thing that we use in the context of the presidential nominations, and you failed to even respond to anything I just said, right? Because that would be more of an accurate analogy or comparison, right? As it is the case that it's under the exact same types of federal processes, okay? The exact same federal processes. What you were referencing was unions, right? Unions that are based upon private responses, private companies, workers engaging with each other was completely fundamentally different from what the federal government is going to determine in terms of what they see to be nomination.
You're assuming what I'm stating, because that's in general. It doesn't matter where you're at. A nomination is a nomination. It could be for unions. It could be for state. It can be for the federal.
Okay, wait, actually, no, let me clarify. It's not the federal government. I meant to say the parties, right? Because the parties are the ones that determine these nominations.
Anybody. You don't have to be a part of a party. You can be.
Yeah, you do. Wait. These are parties, right? Or you can have an independent sort of notion, right? But independents aren't going to have anything in the context of Congress.
That is your opinion, but at the same time,
no, that's fact, because most people are Democrat and Republican in Congress.
And then there's people that are incumbent.
Incumbents would relate to Democrats and Republicans that have already won. Do you know what an incumbent is?
Yeah, generally an incumbent means that they're not just on one side, that they vote on both sides.
No, independent is what you're trying to reference. Incumbent is no, hold up, stop talking. No, you're fucking wrong. You're literally false. Okay, so an incumbent is an individual that has won, and then, like, so, say for example, Joe Biden is the incumbent Democratic nominee. Okay. Because he won last time in terms of the primaries. Martin, thank you so much for the Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Martin, for the $50. So an incumbent would have already won, right? You're talking an independent, right? Someone that's independent of the two parties.
But meanwhile, like, you're still giving people, like, false information.
No, you
as
just
to
lied. What I just said was completely accurate. You can't even explain why it's false. I just told you what an incumbent president is because you didn't fucking know what an incumbent is.
I'm not feeding onto that. But what I'm trying to say is that you had numerous different things that you were bringing up that were false information.
Like what?
I've already told you, or do you want
that
me to
wasn't
go
false information?
through it all again? I don't think
you just brought up one thing, and that was not false information.
Actually, no. When you were talking about the voter fraud and everything else, and I was giving you high examples, you even had people that were bringing up about how they were blocking the cameras and that they had been they've been doing the votes up until
any evidence
recorded. Yeah, they were showing recordings. That is evidence.
Can you send me the recordings?
Very same places as the people that were going in and talking about the fact that this guy had delivered the ballots, and then but the fact that he had to cross state lines. So at any point when those ballots are crossing state lines, it is now a federal crime. Given
you
the
have
fact
yet to give me the evidence of this.
It's in freaking footage of the damn hearings.
All right, then go find it. I'll give you time.
I don't have to look it up.
Oh, okay, well then you don't have to well, I don't have to believe you. Give me fucking evidence.
You're a liberal. I don't expect you to believe me.
You're a liberal too.
I'm not a liberal.
Yes, you are. You're unironically a liberal. Do you believe there should be food banks for children? Government-run food banks.
I don't believe in people going hungry, but that doesn't mean I'm a liberal.
Yes, that actually does, because you're for some level of social safety net and regulation within a capitalist market economy. That's literally what a liberal is, okay?
Making sure that your people are taken care of is not a liberal thing.
That is actually a liberal thing. Yes, it is.
A liberal thing is where you guys are advocating to kill babies.
No, that's not a liberal thing, right?
Yes, yes.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not.
Yes, Republicans don't believe in abortion.
Yes, there are Republicans that are pro-choice. You're wrong. You're false. Okay.
They don't believe in murdering a child on their birthday.
It's not murder, right? Well, hold up. In relation to a birthday, no, hold up. In terms of birth, I'm completely against that. I'm against abortion after the notion in which the fetus has sentience, which is around 18 through 26 weeks. So prior to that point, getting an abortion, I have no fucking issue with. No issue. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Well, given the fact that when you have mothers where they can get up to, say, like the 8th month of pregnancy, and like
I think it's wrong to get an abortion at that point.
What I'm trying to say, if you let me finish, is that there are women that have, say, stillborns, okay? And because of the Roe v. Wade bill, that those mothers don't get to have their child, guys, and then so when they go and claim like a still death birth certificate, they could say, oh, I'm sorry, we don't do that because we don't recognize your child due to Roe v. Wade. So then they have that pain being put in front of their face they had done. So it is not okay to try and loop in a person that had gone through a stillbirth with the same as an abortion.
Wait, by the way, hold up. If that's just definitional, okay? So like no, I can be against.
I've lost children. I've lost children.
No, I'm not. Like, hold up. Come on, you're mistaking what I was saying. When I'm talking about in terms of how they define whether or not there would be some sort of death certificate, that's completely definitional, right? I'd be okay with defining that when it relates to a fetus that was already sentient. There's no issue that I would have with doing that, okay? I'd be for that, and that would be after 18 weeks. So if it is the case that at 8 months they had a stillborn, they would get a death certificate, right? That would happen under my worldview.
It's called a stillbirth certificate. So like when you go into that sort of, and you are requesting that certificate that you're supposed to have that right to, and they're telling you, no, we're not, we're denying you your right because of Roe v. Wade, that's wrong. Because of the fact that they support murdering children at their birth date of when their mother is supposed to be delivering them.
No, who supports that? Literally who?
Liberals.
What liberal supports that? What liberal? Morgan, thank you so much for the for the Cash App. I appreciate it, Morgan. Thank you very much.
They're pushing that up till the day of birth.
Thank you. No, there's not. Name one liberal. Wait, name one liberal.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Every fucking one.
I'm a liberal and I don't believe that.
Everyone that is supporting Planned Parenthood and keeping that alive, even though Roe v. Wade was based on a lie. because
and you just lied. You just lied.
No, I did not.
You did. You just said every single fucking. Wait, hold up, stop. You said every single liberal, right, is supporting of abortion up until 9 months. That is not true. I am liberal, by the way.
Are
So
you
are
supporting
you.
Planned Parenthood?
What?
I'm not liberal.
What's up?
On my card, I have Republican. I'm not liberal. So you assuming,
yeah, but some Republicans are liberals still as well. By the way,
so stopping your tracks. You're basically, this is just the same as you assuming my gender. You know what I mean?
Fucking hell. And I have no issue with assuming gender.
Oh my god, I went there. But
wait, Hazel, I have no issue with assuming gender. I do that all the time. Everyone does that. Okay, it is the case that when you're wrong, though, you got to admit it.
To some of your other viewers as well. Be like, because like the 40-year-old guy when he was talking to you and he says, oh well, that makes sense, and then you just repeated it like, yeah,
I said, oh, that makes sense back to them because he was making fun of me for being younger. Like he was trying to make an argument that because I'm younger, I'm wrong.
Respecting your elders. He has more life experience than you.
I don't give a fuck if you have more life experience.
To other people.
Hold up. Why the fuck do y'all get fucking respect just for being older than me? I'm sorry. Get a fucking grip on reality. Give me the same respect that I give you. Okay? If I give you respect, you should give me respect. I don't give a fuck if I'm younger than you. I don't care if you have more life experience. I'm a fucking adult the same way you're an adult. Get a fucking grip. Stop having this fucking like narcissistic complex where you literally have to feel like everyone that's younger than you has to give so much fucking respect to you, but you don't give it to them. Appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. It's fucking bullshit. It's hypocritical. It's really stupid. Move on in society. Let's fucking progress. Let's stop like holding me to these ideals that just because people are fucking older, they're right. There are many people who are older who are just as brain dead as the people who are younger in my age. Okay, so I've no fucking clue, no reason as to why you would say that. Secondly, also, let me ask you a question. How many continents are there? Appreciate the handout. Thank you for the subscription as well.
There's 7 continents.
And what are the continents? Appreciate the little crown. Appreciate the whale diving. Thank you so much.
What does that have anything to do with anything?
Can you tell me what the 7 continents are?
You have Africa, like the United States, like for North America. You have Australia. You also have Europe. You have, is it Asia? You have, let's see. Oh my gosh, like there is also, if you want to count the poles, but there's no one there. So, but there's still technical continents, but I know I'm missing some. So there's also
both the poles are not continents.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, there's nobody there. That's what I'm talking about. And then you also have, like I already said, Australia. And then there's also I'm missing one. 2, actually.
Hi, me. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Venmo.
South America. And then what is the one I'm missing? But given the fact that I can name as many as there are,
it's Antarctica. How many planets are there?
You just literally said that those poles aren't.
Yeah, the poles are both poles are not. Antarctica is.
You just literally went back on what you said.
No, I didn't. Right?
Yeah,
I said both of the poles are not. Antarctica is. Okay.
So what
how many planets are there?
Like, there's 9 if you can keeping, because they keep putting Pluto. They keep taking Pluto out.
Yeah, Pluto. No, they took Pluto out a while ago. There's 8. Skylar, I appreciate the subscription. Can you name the planets in order?
Yeah, same Pluto. Why? What?
I just want to see if you can.
What? Why?
Can you name the planets in order for me?
Why?
It's called an IQ test.
Oh my God. Why are you having me do a fucking IQ test?
Because of how the conversation's gone. So, like, can you name the planets in order, please?
And you're talking about wanting to have people give people respect?
Yep. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You didn't show me any respect in this conversation, so.
Actually, no, you haven't given a lot of your people respect. I'm literally bringing up a lot of the different things that you have personally brought up.
So you can't name them?
Wrong. I'm not going to subject myself to someone just because that they think that they're being a jerk.
Thank you, Spriv. I appreciate the cash app. Thank you so much. So you can't name them?
I can, but I'm not going to.
Go for it.
Why?
Because I just want to hear. After you're done, we're going to go back to the argumentation. I just want to make sure that you can establish in order what the planets are.
What are you going to gain in the process of anything?
I get to see how you have basic level cognition.
No bearing.
What's up?
That has no bearing.
I'm just making sure you have basic level cognition. It does have bearing to the conversation, because if you don't have basic level cognition, then, I mean, clearly it's going to be less credible for your claims. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So do you have basic level cognition? Can you name the planets, please? You're paused, by the way. Are you looking it up? Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. You already know the deal, everyone. We're going to be on for like 30 more minutes max or something like that. I want to be able to say most of the population can't name the planets. I doubt that. I think most of the population can name the planets. Yes, yeah. I can ask other questions too. But I think she's Googling it, chat. By the way, we can't hear you when you're paused. Thank you for the hanging lights. I appreciate it, Melvi. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, if you do want to support me, some of the best ways to do so is subscribing. We're almost to 1.5 thousand subs, everyone, which is absolutely wild. We're number 8 on the leaderboards for all of TikTok. So I appreciate everyone who's supporting there. You can also get access to the sub-only chats I put on for the last hour of my live. Plus, you get access to all the exclusive emotes. So I do appreciate everyone who does that. Plus, everyone, one of the best ways to support me is Venmo and Cash App. I get 100% of the proceeds there, y'all. Did you figure it out?
Yeah, but you're being really horrible when it comes to anybody. But yet you're still talking. But you were just stating the other moment ago about having respect, and then you literally had blown up about, oh my God, about people who are older than you, and then talking about narcissistic behavior. But yeah. Meanwhile, that you want people to give you respect, even though that you're talking out your ass.
I'm not talking out of my ass. I gave you respect. You came on my live giving disrespect immediately. Fucking immediately. I showed you no disrespect, right, at all. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. The biggest thing that you can point to show disrespect that I've shown, appreciate the Ashley, thank you for the subscription, I appreciate it, is me asking you basic questions to test your basic level cognition, right, to make sure that you can have a conversation like this in the first place. First of all, that's not disrespectful. Second of all, if you can easily just answer the question, right, we would be able to move on to the conversation. But you literally cannot answer the question, right? That's why you're getting defensive. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Sharice.
There's Mercury. Was it Venus? Was it Earth? I believe that's Mars. Let's see. Neptune, Uranus.
No. Uranus and then Neptune.
Okay, so Uranus, Neptune, and then it should have been
Pluto's on the planet.
And then you don't classify Pluto as a planet.
Thank you. Scientists don't.
So they don't, but if you want to classify, what do you call it, like nanoparticles or even an atom, when you have like the nucleus of an atom, we can easily equate that to the sun. We're like part of the cellular body.
How can you equate that to the sun?
Because if you think about it in an abstract way, like you can, religiously, like you can say that God created us in his image, and we have.
Oh no, because that would be contradictory. Right? There's contradictions with the Christian religion, with the Muslim religion, and with Judaism.
Okay. But regardless of that, okay.
Regardless of the contradictions, okay.
Yeah, regardless of the contradictions, when you break down the very thing as saying that he created Adam and Eve and everything, what if it was actually like ATOM instead of ADAM?
Huh? ATOM instead of ADAM? Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't think that Adam and Eve even existed, one.
Actually.
Two, right? They just have similar words and sounds, right? They're not the same word, though.
Is it? Because
actually, the original word we would relate to in Hebrew.
If you break it down to your cellular structure and how everything is like in space is also mimics the way that the human body also looks, and the fact that we are part of the Milky Way. So we're also part of the land of the milk and honey. And then how our life is kind of structured around the bees.
So the word is derived from the Hebrew Bible from the word Adamah, meaning soil or earth.
Okay.
Appreciate the Panther Paws. Thank you so much.
Still part of matter. So we have to come from something. And then so like if you really want to get down to it, when you are having to look at these particles in space, when you're looking at our galaxy, we're like a speck. So if you're wanting to talk about how, like, even in the Middle East where they're uncovering, say, like giant remains.
What giant remains?
Yeah. Like, have you not seen anything on that?
No.
Like, there have been people in our military that had uncovered remains of a giant ass skeleton. So that also would be like coexistent with even what the Bible was talking about with giants.
Can you give me any evidence of this?
Yeah, it's literally like the whole book about a Nephilim.
Yeah, so like, can you give me any type of archaeological evidence of this?
Yeah, it's called the U.S. military.
Yeah, what do I look up to find this?
You can look up giant
Morgan,
remains.
thank you so much for the Cash App.
Google giant remains found in the Middle East.
Okay, let's look it up. Giant remains
found by U.S. military.
Middle East. Okay. Nothing comes up. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll look it up for you.
All right. The skeleton, the long stand giant, right? The skeletal characteristics point to a young male, 16 to 18 years old, with a height of 193 centimeters. This is the tallest skeleton ever discovered in prehistoric China.
Okay.
Appreciate the subscription. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Also, it would also coexist with like the different, like how the different translations in history, like if you want to count down to Babel.
Wait,
and how
they must have given a different. By the way, what that was just linking to is 6'4". So I think the tallest human that we've had is like 9 feet or something. So is it like 9 feet?
No, it's not 9 feet. This is where they had to use multiple Black Hawk helicopters to be able to remove the remains.
Okay, so can you tell me where to find that?
Yeah.
Check Snopes, it's false. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I don't see any reputable source indicating this. There's like a homework study thing that says 25 feet long, but they don't link any type of source. And it's for like a study.com. So that's really weird.
It's actually that I had actually called the long, and it was written by.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Like official. It was called the Long Walkers. You can look it up.
Okay, I'll look it up.
And it was written by one of the U.S. military.
The Return of the Nephilim. It's a fictional adventure story. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That's unironically what it says. Like, I'm not joking. Like, here, I'm going to show the chat, everyone. It literally says, read the top, everyone. Long Walkers, The Return of Nephilim. It is a fictional adventure story of the giants, offspring of the fallen angels. So, I mean, it's literally fictional. Like, unironically, it's fictional. Like, that's what it claims in the book's like bio, and you go to buy it.
Skeleton in the National Geographic.
What?
There's a picture of the skeleton in National Geographic.
What's the title of the National Geographic article? All right, everyone, give them a few seconds to find that real quick. In the meantime, everyone, keep tapping that screen. By the way, everyone, before we get off, let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Keep sharing the live, keep copying the link. If you do like my content, follow me if you haven't already. If you want to support me, subscribe to me if you haven't already. We're almost up to 1.5 thousand subscribers, everyone. I really do appreciate that. We're number 8 on like the leaderboards right now for all of TikTok, so I really appreciate everyone for that. Plus, everyone, if you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, and bio. That is like, I get 100% of the proceeds there, everyone. So that is literally the best way to support me, chat. Literally the best way to get me to come on here every single day, everyone. But yeah, keep tapping that screen, everyone. Is there anyone live that I can raid after this, everyone? I'm going to be on for another, like, I want to try to stay until like 6:40.
The National Geographic is actually, it states like...
What's the title?
It may reveal the origins of the Hebrews Bible greatest villains.
Hebrew Bible's greatest...
They had to, they have like the excavator and everything near it, and then it even shows like the size of the.
Okay, National Geographic. It doesn't let me go onto it because there's like a paywall.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not my fault.
You've bought this? You have gone through the paywall? Aubrey, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Like, it doesn't...
Say that again? This doesn't look like a large... Here's like the fossil. That hand looks very normal. That looks very normal size. Dean needs a raid. How's Dean doing? Let me check. Make sure Dean's doing fine. Because Dean, I've raided so many times. We can raid Dean again though. Danny isn't live. I'll look. Oh yeah, Dean does need a raid. Yo, Wendy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Panther Paws. I appreciate it, Aline, and thank you so much as well. By the way, everyone, we always do Dean. Let's do Tommy. I mean, I'll think about it because Dean might need help right now. But yeah, everyone, keep tapping that screen. If you do want to support me, everyone, we're running up the live right now on the subs thing right now. I'm going to show y'all where we're ranked right now. We're ranked like number 8 on all of TikTok. So I'm going to show y'all right now so that we can see. If you do want to support me, everyone, this is like a great time to do so. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. It is actually cheaper to sub right now, everyone. Just letting y'all know it's 30% off apparently. So if you want to check it, it's 30% off right now to sub if you do want to sub. So here we are, everyone. We are number 8. If you do see, we are number 8 right now on all of TikTok. Alyssa, thank you so much for the subscription.
Given the fact that, they're, just because like you personally may not
DL,
understand
thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. I appreciate it, DL. Thank you very much.
But the main point is that because something might be abstract to you doesn't mean that, there isn't something there that people can learn from.
I never said that because there's something abstract that means that like it's wrong or something. Fern, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Well, actually, you've had done that.
How so?
By basically be like, oh, well, I'm checking your IQ test and seeing if you're able to have a cognitive.
Yeah, I was just saying if you have basic level cognition, yeah. By asking you like to like literally name the order of the planets, like.
Right.
What's wrong with that?
But the main point, given the fact that you are going around and you're doing that, but like you don't have, like, obviously there is like some disconnect when it comes down to between like liberals and Republicans, but the fact is that you still turn around and then you're like assuming like my party.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And
you said that you're a Republican. Appreciate the super power. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I am a Republican because I will never be a liberal given the fact that I don't support slavery.
Wait. I don't support slavery either. What the fuck? I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Why do liberals support slavery? 1. 2, when it relates to this, you are absolutely a liberal, right? It is absolutely the case that you're a liberal. It just is the case that you're a Republican liberal, okay? I appreciate Madison. Thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it.
You have to flip it if you're going to get it right.
What do you mean?
It would be called a liberal Republican.
Yes. Yeah. You're a Republican. That's a liberal. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
The main point being is that, like, I would never be a Democrat, given the fact that, one, I have always been a Republican, given the fact that I don't support slavery. I don't support the...
Mary, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't support slavery either. Why are you saying that, like, liberals support slavery?
Like, if you want to talk about, like, economic plantation, then we can have that discussion. Well, the fact that, like, you have people where, like, yeah, they might help you with free food or something like that, but at
Haley,
the same
thank you for the Venmo.
Like, they're, like, you, in order for a person to even qualify for that, like, they have to keep them on a certain economic status to even qualify for that. So then, like, if you think about it, it's diminishing the economic quotas for people to even be able to prosper under the circumstances that they're in. And so then it creates them to be reliant on the system, and then it goes forward and then causes the economic collapse, given the fact that it's so overwhelmed.
Yeah. So one, that's not slavery. Two, that's social safety net. So it is the idea that actually in countries, you can have it to be the case that, like, you give these social safety nets to people, but you ensure that they don't lose money by, like, going to work. And that's how they have it in other countries around the world. You can have increased risk, a rate of union membership, right? Where people can bargain for higher wages themselves. So they get more share of the profits that they generate as a worker.
Yeah, but at the same time, but when you are bringing people in who are not necessarily already here, like, you know what I mean? And then, so, like, you have people that are flying from these, like, Sudan to Mexico to then cross our border, which they have actually proven. They had even, like, Elon Musk, they had Ted Cruz going to the border, and then they had spoken to these people, this is, where are you from? And they said, I'm from Sudan. So why would a person from Sudan go to Mexico to then cross our border?
Maria, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So, like, when it's obviously, like, where all of these people, it's 150 different countries where they're all going to Mexico or to these countries, and then they're being shipped into our countries, and you don't even know where they're at. You don't know if they're dangerous, what harm they're going to do to your community or the constituents.
By the way, undocumented immigrants, one, commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. If they're coming through, like, legal methods of immigration, there's nothing wrong with that.
Illegally, then they're not illegal.
What?
Okay, you're talking about, like, if they're coming in legally by legal means, then they're not illegal.
Yeah, so yeah, if they're coming in legally, then that would be legal immigration. Are they coming in legally?
No, they're crossing the border.
Undocumented.
Yes.
Okay, if they're crossing undocumented, right, it is the case that they're at a lower risk of committing crime, right, than a natural-born U.S. citizen. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
No, that's not true.
That is true. I can send you a source on that right now.
They're committing the crime by crossing in illegally, so they're already committing crime.
I'm talking other types of crimes.
Other types of crimes, then you also got people going in there, they're breaking into people's homes and or committing rapes. There's also
you say R-word or essay, it's TikTok TOS. And then you can also look at comparing crime rates between undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants, and native-born U.S. citizens in Texas. You can look that up.
Murder. For another.
U.S.-born citizens are 2 times more likely to be arrested for violent crimes, 2.5 times more likely to be arrested for drug crimes, over 4 times more likely to be arrested for property crimes. And in addition to the proportion of arrests involving undocumented immigrants in Texas was relatively stable or decreasing over this period. The differences in U.S.-born citizens and undocumented immigrants are robust to using alternative estimates of the broader undocumented population. Right. So again, this is like describing, clearly speaking, that they're at a significantly higher rate of committing crime, U.S. natural-born U.S. citizens.
We're talking about people that are arriving here illegally committing crime. We're not talking about Americans. We're talking about the people that are coming in illegally, already starting by committing a crime, by breaking the law. So they're already committed crime. And then you also have where they're either coming in, they're not documented, so you can't track them very well. We're only able to have a higher amount of crime because of the fact that we're able to be tracked easier.
Monique, I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you so much.
So if you are looking
do you want to give them documentation so that we can track them?
Why would you want to give them why would you want to give them something that you have to work for?
Well, I think that it is the case that we should expedite our immigration processes to go a lot faster than they currently do, because that would incentivize people to go through the legal methods rather than like doing this. Secondly,
Right.
most of the
So
people that come into the country, most of the people that are in the country undocumented, come here legally through flying
My
here
mother is an
and then
immigrant.
overstaying a visa.
Like, if you want to get really technical, why?
Okay, so did you hear what I said? Can you repeat what I just said, Hazel?
Like you were talking about wanting to upgrade the amnesty system or be able to overhaul.
I said to go faster, expedite the process. I then said after that it is the case that most people who come into the country undocumented, who are in the country undocumented, right, are people who fly here through legal processes by overstaying a visa. Right, they overstay the visa, which is the illegal aspect, right? But it is legal, the process that they come here through getting the visa.
Yeah, the overstays are still committing a crime because then they're
and that's a greater proportion. So why are you hyperfixating on the southern border when it is more likely for someone to come into the country by overstaying a visa than to come through the southern border?
So then why are you going off on Trump for blocking people off from different countries that are already red zoned?
What do you mean? I'm confused.
Okay, so then you were talking about people where they're like, okay, well, he stopped a bunch of people from the Middle East, given the fact that they have a high rate of terror during these situations. So they are
his perceived high rate.
During turmoil, that they have a high rate or a high risk of having terror derive and come through those areas. So to limit.
Wait, so why not Iran or Saudi Arabia, right?
They were on the list.
Wait, they were? You think so?
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia was on that list.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so let's look up Muslim banned countries.
Because given the fact that Iran is the highest paying
so
person.
Section 3, it was, so Iran was there. Iran, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. Okay, so where the hell does it put Saudi Arabia? It actually put the country in which literally Saudi Arabia, right? The government of Saudi Arabia is literally starving people there. Okay, they literally engaged in an embargo on Yemen, starving the kids that live there. And then now the Muslim ban, right? It is the case that they would not be able to get access to like diplomatic visas and stuff like that, right? In Yemen, right? Along with Syria, Sudan, Somalia, Libya, and Iraq, and Iran as well.
Okay, so you want to talk about like say Somalia? You also have like the what do you call it? The the part of land that goes right into the Middle East that they could also be using that with their arms deals. But you also have the fact that you have like 92 when we tried doing our aid to like Delta during that time. You had where we were giving food aid, and it was being hijacked by the militias. And so, like, they were being taken by the militias, and the people were still being starved. So then, if you think about
what country?
Like in Somalia.
Okay, I don't know why you're specifically. I asked about Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Arabia sponsored terrorist acts like in places in the U.S. Like specifically, we can even reference the fact that 10 out of the 12 people in 9/11, right?
War.
What's that?
It's an over 30-year war that's been going on. And then people are talking about a few years. This war has been going on for over 32 in the Middle East in general. It all is connected. Somalia is in Africa, but it's still a Muslim country, predominantly Muslim. And then like it's also on the part of near the what do they call it? It's like a piece of land that connects right into the Middle East. So like you literally can look at a map and see it. It's not a pivot.
Okay, so no, I'm again, I was asking specifically about like Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah, Saudi Arabia was also part of like I think the only reason why it wasn't on the list is because like the US was doing a lot of its trades with Saudi Arabia. So like there's
ding 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 ding. Because there are fucking geopolitical interests there, right? So the point I'm making is that if it was specific and when it relates to crime, right, then it would have applied to them, but it didn't. So what was the fucking reason?
Well, it was also given the fact that there was a peace accord during that time.
What peace accord?
You don't pay attention to the peace accord that Trump had got with the Middle East?
Are you talking about like the UAE and other countries like that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What does the UAE stand for?
United Arab Emirates.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the one that you're referencing.
Right.
I would have to look back at that. I don't quite remember the details of that.
Right. But given the fact that during that time, this was before we had actually achieved like our energy independence during that time. So we were still having to rely on other countries when it came down to our oils and stuff like that, to when we were having to do that. And then so when Trump became more like, we were being more reliant on American like industry, that you had like the boost of where we became energy independent because we had our oil fields. We were relying more on our oil than any other country. And so when there was a switch and then Biden took office, it was within 15 minutes that he shut off that pipeline. And so there went
Wait, what pipeline?
The Keystone Pipeline was the one that he had.
What aspect of the Keystone Pipeline?
He killed it, and then because it was before he even took office.
It wasn't the whole Keystone Pipeline.
It's still the pipeline that was.
It's an aspect of the pipeline that was going over indigenous lands that there was already a treaty said that they can't go over this particular aspect. Secondly, it also relates to ecological concerns. So Biden expedited the process for this to happen, but it was already on track to occur.
It was actually providing us to have jobs, and it was.
It didn't have any jobs created yet. No jobs were created yet.
Yes,
Secondly, no.
Yes, they did.
They weren't even in operation yet. It wasn't even in use.
It was being used.
No, they were being blocked from building it because of the indigenous lands, right? Along with the ecological concerns. They were being blocked from doing that prior to even Biden.
That's not true.
That is true.
Because you also had the U.S., Canada, Mexico agreement and everything else that was going on. Yeah. And then you also had, that was a trade agreement.
What about it?
And the fact that Biden had even tried nixing that. And there was a lot of different things that he had.
Wait, what did he try to do?
It was when he got into office. Within 15 minutes, the pipeline went. So did our energy independence. He started selling our reserves to China after like the bomb from Russia had hit the Burisma pipeline.
Within 15 minutes, that did not happen, by the way. And also in terms of the energy independence, that was like specifically related to like the circumstance with like OPEC and Russia, right? As it is the case that, again, like the different types of the cost of gas, that's the biggest issue. When it relates to like the concerns that you're relating to in terms of how much that America is producing, we're producing just as much as we were under Trump. Look at crude. Look up U.S. field oil production from the EIA, EIA.gov, and you can see it's at the exact same rate. It's actually higher than what it was under Trump.
What I'm trying to say is the very fact that when you have Biden telling our oil drillers and our oil workers that they are not giving them any new contracts, you cannot.
They brought those back.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why.
And that was just on federal lands, by the way.
Everything is basically federal. If you want to if the government wants to claim it back, then they're going to seize it. Because
no, we're talking about already seized federal lands.
Already seized federal lands. So that you
like already determined federal lands. Like I'm not just saying like essentially they could eminent domain anywhere, right?
Yeah,
they generally need reason, but they could eminent domain my house.
The government's basically telling these people who are private owners of their own drilling operations and their companies, they're being told that we are not going to be giving you new contracts. And so what that's going to create is then more inflation. The cost of the commodity is going to be going up because of the fact that they're forcing people to go electric, and that's not sustainable. And they're having to use...
Wait, who's forcing electric? Biden?
Biden.
So they're creating subsidies. They're not forcing.
No, they're telling people that they're not going to be giving someone like a reliable vehicle because they want people to go electric. And then
when?
Literally the minute that he had stated that. So like if you want...
Not true.
Yeah, like when you have people that are broke down and having to utilize a generator that's like run on diesel, like a diesel generator, that's automatic evidence that that is not sustainable. When you have people with you got wind turbines.
So here I'm actually for nuclear power. I'm for nuclear power, which they actually use in France right now, and it's like very, very effective. And that's like one of the best ways to transition to different types of renewable energies.
Okay.
But
what happens when that power plant blows up or it has a problem? Then you have
that is extraordinarily unlikely.
It's still fallout. That's even worse than oil.
It's not. So that's so unlikely to occur. That's extremely unlikely to occur. Things like Chernobyl don't happen often.
That a train derails and poisons a whole town.
That's because of lack of regulation. We have huge stringent regulations on nuclear power plants that exist today because of the different types of things that happen in the context of Chernobyl. We have limits on the types of heating mechanisms. The reason why those things can happen is because of overheating, because they're not looking at it, because they're not taking into account all these different types of regulations that we have now put into place because we've seen past events like Chernobyl and the impacts of those. Okay. So we have abilities to actually respond to this now that weren't necessarily implemented back then.
But you're still talking about the fact that be like, oh, it's a what if occurrence, but so is like that train derailment that it basically killed and poisoned a bunch of people and fish and poisoned the ground and had done a lot of damage
because of lack of regulations. And that doesn't relate to nuclear power at all. That has like literally no relation to nuclear power. And that's literally because of the regulations that Trump put into place, the deregulations.
And you also want to know that there's a lot of derailment because you also have groups that are pouring freaking concrete on our rails and our rail systems because they want to disrupt. And so then they create the situations. Democrats can and have created situations.
Those would be limited. Wait. That doesn't relate to Democrats. Those would be limited given the fact that there is regulations. Second of all, that doesn't relate to the derailment that happened in Ohio.
That's not in general. No, what I'm talking about is that they're still having people where they're pouring concrete on the freaking rails. And so then that can create those situations of actually happening.
Okay, that can create that, but if we want to stop that from happening, we need regulation, right?
Well, you also need people that are, I guess, like at every single crossing, making sure that no one's pouring freaking concrete on them too. But
that's regulation.
You're not going to have the funding. You're not going to get the funding for that. And the fact that they're pouring hazardous and corrosive material on our railroad system, that's just as hazardous as having a pipeline, if not worse, because then you're in the open air. Then you're also at the risk of having those corrosives in our water, like in our groundwaters.
Am I arguing for those ecological things? No. If they have negative ecological impacts, right? More negatives than positives, I'm going to be against it. That's how it works when it relates to me.
But that's
so do you want to maintain these? Do you want regulations to maintain these railroads? That would be against the types of regulations. Against the types of things that Trump is for, because it would cause regulations to exist and would, under their view, be a bad thing, right? They're trying to deregulate those things, not regulate them.
No, they're trying to deregulate the fact of having a person being able to obtain the ability to do business, and like what's causing these companies to not be able to operate at all. Like what they're trying to do is still maintain safety standards and improve safety standards, but there's a difference between safety and overregulation to where a person can't operate at all. So then what does that create? It creates a bubble in the sense of like employability and having to work, and people that can control these situations and who have the experience to be able to like knuckle down and be able to help fix it, like they put those people out of business. And then like also in the same situations like our automotive industry, like they're trying to put people out of work because they're moving towards more of the electric instead of the combustion engines.
Yeah. So the people out of work who are in those different types of industries because of the different types of fossil fuel that they require, the ecological concerns that it relates to, but different types of jobs will be created due to the renewable energies. And actually speaking, it's going to actually make us better off for the future, as it is the case that there's going to be some type of transitionary period anyway. It is the case that we're either doing it now or we're doing it later when there's going to be more ecological impacts due to the fact that we didn't do it earlier. If we continue to keep fucking up like the environment, you understand how much more money we're gonna have to spend on treatment of the environment after.
Or you can actually be going in tandem and giving people the actual choice of what they want to be utilizing, not forcing a person to have to utilize those things. Because like if you have more than one different way of doing things, like you're gonna have an actual.
That's why they have subsidies, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And I'm for subsidies.
It's not a subsidy if you can't obtain them.
What do you mean? So no, okay. Subsidies would be like what they're mainly doing in relation to like electric cars, other stuff like that. If they're specifically stopping the usage of one, it's probably because it's so economically devastating, right? Or not economically, environmentally devastating that like there would be no reason to have it even in operation at all.
Well, the price of the battery for an electric vehicle is overshot the price of the car. And so like if something was to go wrong with the battery underneath it, the fact that just for them to get the very like minerals to create said battery, they're utilizing child labor. So like if you're
Are you talking about the lithium mines?
Yes.
Yeah, in your phone they're also using child labor. The same batteries that are in your phone. You're using it right now.
Yeah, but you still are to the point where, so you want me to...
Yeah, so do you think it's using phones is wrong? Literally all the rare earth minerals in your phone, that's literally all. Where do you think all of them come from? They come from mines.
I'm talking about the amount of the lithium and everything else. Like if you really want to get technical with everything, you're not going to be able to sustain anything because of the amount that you're having to take out. And then given the fact that they are having to put these people in these situations to get it, and there's not enough of it, it's not going to go around. You're going to have like deficit of people being able to do anything, especially if you're limiting on what they can utilize. And the people that are utilizing, say, combustion engines that are reliable, given the fact that we have oil, we're just not using it.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the environment when it relates to that. But by the way, can you you can wrap up particularly like what your thoughts are now? I have to go to class. My class starts in like 20 minutes. So if you have any like last thoughts, you can go over it real quick.
Right. Well, Trump was actually doing us a favor by making sure that we're able to do our, like, having us being able to get to work. He was doing a marvelous job, and he did and set out and did the very things that he was promising to do. Like, he didn't lie about it. Like, he was upfront. I'm not, like, when he started, I'm not a politician. I'm just a business person. But the fact is that you need to have a business person to get in there and to treat it like a business rather than, rather than a spectacle.
Yeah, I disagree, but yeah, I appreciate you coming on, Hazel. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good day. All right, everyone, we're going to get off here for tonight. I do appreciate everyone coming through. Tomorrow, I should be live around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when I should be live tomorrow, maybe 2:30 at the very, very latest. We're going to send everyone over to Tommy's live today. It's been a while since we've rated Tommy. So everyone look at my_dude. MY, thank you for the hint, I appreciate it. MY_DOOD. Everyone look that up right now. Spam spam